every foreigner has something to say badly about African Americans. Even Africans sometimes have to say about African Americans, but then everybody comes to America trying to be African American.
I'm going to speak for my whole country. Love Jamaica. But I think quite a few Jamaicans think that you guys play the victim a lot. Like an outsider looking in, it's like, gosh, them complain about everything. Look how much opportunity them have. Look how them can work. Look how them can buy $1 burger. And them over there complain. And that is how I was preconditioned, if I'm being totally honest. They're like, Shante,
makes sense.
Yeah, don't go over there and waste the opportunity. Don't go over there and start complaining. Work for your own focus. And that. So that's always been my mindset. We're so focused on just making it. I really want to emphasize that. But sometimes when you just are focused on, oh, you're going to eat, you know, think say somebody will touch you. You know, think say, you know, oh, I'm going to have the right temperature. We're hungry. What y'all going to do? Like,
the way how African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So, you know how African Americans would say, oh, black writer, black creator, black artist, black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. And the reason that we don't see ourselves as one of you is not because of blackness. We just see ourselves as an outsider.
The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. And the reason that we don't see ourselves as one of you is not because of blackness. We just see ourselves as an outsider.
So now let's move forward. So as an immigrant, I'm here in this country. What do I want to do? Put my best foot forward. What do my parents want to do? Put their best foot forward and give us the best opportunity they possibly can. Thank you, Lord, for my parents, because they did exactly that. But it's my turn as their child to hold the baton. And one thing I always say, my parents did not risk their lives to get to America for me to get involved in some political warfare. My parents did not risk their lives for me to get to America, for me to sit here fighting people all day. That makes absolutely no sense. And I think because you guys have never taken that level of a risk, you don't understand that level of responsibility and accountability. That's really the problem here. Because if you really risk your lives to have something, if you really risk your life to get something, you're not willing and ready to throw it away.
You're just fully American. You're African American, bro. That's it. How was that see you in 30? That wasn't an insult. That was strictly, you're black. You're not Trinidadian. You're not Jamaican. You're not African. You're not, word. You're not Ghanaian. You're not Dominican. You're not Puerto Rican. You're not Cuban. You are American.
I farted so loud.
Black Americans people, I don't like them because they take lots of drugs.
Really? That's what I think.
But have you met any Black Americans in real life?
No, like in the movies. I didn't meet them.
Now, what do you think about the Black American culture?
Fucked up. I'm sorry. Is it like okay, the fucked up humanity group that's Black Americans, yeah. And I actually feel bad for saying that. It's true. I know it's true.
Now, why do you believe that?
Because they mostly don't belong where they are. They're Americans. We all know they're Americans. They know they're Americans, but they don't belong there because they are minor. One for that. They are minor, and the racism and everything. They don't belong there actually. So they belong here, and they are not here. So they are fucked up.
That's really interesting.
So,
I have no idea.
So I had this tweet by McBeanie _ and they said African Americans are by far the worst representation of Black people. They are obnoxious, self-righteous assholes that make people's lives a living hell anywhere they go. And then she got like 390 likes.
Is she also Black?
No, I don't know what she was. Okay. This is what she said. Yeah.
Wow. Mm-hmm. That's really a lot of hate, I feel like. But like my mom would agree with that comment. She would agree with that post. She would say like, lazy, like loud, rude, all the negative connotations.
That's interesting. So let's explore that.
That's really interesting.
But I also will say that, like, my parents definitely came over here with stereotypes about African Americans.
When Africans are immigrating to the United States, their idea of African Americans, like, take away modern times where we have like the internet and everything, it's coming from TV, right? Where they're just seeing these rappers and these music videos, and you're seeing these movies and TV shows with people shooting guns and like cussing.
Ignorance from our parents as well. Our parents say things to us in which, at least I can't speak for African Americans, but I know Africans, our parents say things to try to get us to stick with other Africans instead of branching out. And for that festered, so now it just lives on as we get older.
So I agree with her in that aspect, but also another thing I feel like isn't talked about enough is the way our parents will talk about Black Americans. Because if we're being honest with ourselves, our parents are not respectful. They will say things to try to instill within us to divide away from them, but like being lazy or not as clean or stuff like that. And I feel like that also helps perpetuate the divide, which also needs to be acknowledged.
Okay, so growing up, I had this ideology from the media, from people around me, that African Americans were these ghetto, noisy, arrogant, aggressive, just criminal.
So I think this was the intent of my elders as they reminded me to stay away from akatas. Akata is a derogatory term for African Americans. I didn't understand why at the time, because I knew nothing about propaganda, media, or anything else we'll discuss today.
He's talking to him now. That's just, what grade are we in? What grade are you in? Bro, I was like, I'm not going back on there, because if I did, it would ruin everything I stood for. People be like, what the fuck? Why the fuck?
You saying? Listen, not he's doing right now.
It doesn't make sense.
Is it something that we don't know about? Because it's not.
Because he could easily.
It's not adding up, and that's mama. Yo, Lord, I argue for you because everybody be like, yo, he ain't the best one. And I don't agree with that. I think Brand Nubian all
First
three
of
different
all,
MCs.
I always respected Brand Nubian, and I never said anything about it. I've never done anything.
I always thought it was
some
underlying shit.
I would be on his.
I don't get it.
I did be on his podcast because I would be on his podcast because it's Lord. I've done nothing to him. Just this debate is what all this silly shit is going. If you're doing it for views, then you're doing it for views. But I'm like, it's just weird. Like, huh? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not. He doesn't sound. Now it's
Lord,
like
we gotta
it's
figure it out, man.
You know, the shit he's doing is the shit that my friends used to tell me when I was little. Like the girls be like, "You talk like a white dude." Like that's the ignorant shit. Like grown man. Wait, these are grown men that are telling you, oh, it's about education, educate ourselves. All the songs you was rapping about, education, knowledge, and you're saying that a black person that's speaking articulate. My father was an educator for 45 motherfucking years in Chicago, and the Disciples and the Vice Lord protected my dad, and the Blackstone Rangers on the west side of Chicago. Yeah. My father's been on that side for a long time. And my father, who was a disciplinarian, 100%. I'm supposed to. Wow.
No, 100%. No, you right.
I'm just saying.
Okay. You right.
You do talk corny, though.
I'm sitting here trying to think. I can't think of a single white person that you sound like. I'm sitting here trying to like.
I'm trying to find out what. Okay, I guess they're addressing L Jamar comments. Maybe L Jamar said he sound like a white man. If that's the truth, then I would say L Jamar sounds like a white man too sometimes. But I don't really know what's going on here. But let's see.
Match your voice to a single white.
Go backwards. When they was talking about the root of it.
Come on, are you on there for charity? Are you on there for the fucking health? You're on there for views and what? So
why did you think there was nothing to talk about? In general, why do you think that it was resolved?
He went at us first. Then he got mad because of the Dave,
Well,
whatever. And then we went line by line.
With the first thing was he came on. He said he wanted a debate. We gave him. I didn't know. I tried to get Neil. I said this before.
Neil deGrasse, right?
Said he wanted to debate Neil. I couldn't get Neil. I got Professor Dave. If this is what if you say this is what your belief is, the flat Earth, then you should. I would think you would be ready to defend it.
He didn't
and
do it.
Nobody
right.
did it. Nobody did it.
You're calling out Tyson Neil deGrasse, dude, an actual scientist. You should easily handle Professor Dave, who's not an actual scientist. Okay, so I agree. Like you got to work your way up. Professor Dave got a lot of clout on YouTube, a lot of followers, a lot of listeners. You beat him, you watch him with that flat Earth stuff. Believe me, you'll definitely reach the ears of the likes of Tyson Neil deGrasse and other more well-known scientists.
Maliciously.
No, nothing. No setup.
Then there was no setup. It was nothing malicious. So he keeps saying it was malicious and somebody set him up. We showed the video where he said, "I'll debate."
And he said Neil deGrasse Tyson is an actor. He's not a real scientist.
Yeah, I saw that.
And so we said it. I won't say set it up because I don't want to use set it up because nobody's. And he was supposed to because I didn't have.
I asked him if he wanted to come on and do the debate, and I said it would be great. And what's funny is he always says they're trying to get views. Who the fuck is not getting views on a podcast? You always want views. I thought it'd be a great He's trying to do what he's doing. He's trying to get views.
We just watched Don Lemon cry because
if you don't get views, you don't get money. You monetize. Why are you on? Are you on there for charity? Are you on there for the fucking health? You're on there for views. And what you're doing, you're obviously doing it for views. Because I was like, I don't want to answer that shit. Let's move on. Yeah. So when he's like getting for views, like as if. Like I didn't get views before you came. I don't give a fuck if you did a great fucking episode. So what? I still get views. I'm fine.
And you're not living. You can't live off of just his views. Like the show's been going. We do this every Tuesday for 2-3 hours.
Yeah.
You were doing it before me, but I've been on the show with you
every time we go live
at least 3 years.
Yeah.
No matter what the topic, it could be about flowers.
In my humble opinion, I think the flat Earth debate thing. I think most flat earthers, and I want to preface this by saying that I go by the scientists and the people I love and I trust, and what I've seen, I'm not a flat earther. I believe the Earth is round. So I want to say that first.
Well, there's proof.
But with that being said, I don't think that once you in that world, that's what it is. I think trying to bring somebody in to prove otherwise is just a show.
But my thing is, I thought it would be great to have a great debate. Like,
what's his complaint that went wrong? Because I did.
He said that we set him up to fail. Like it was our fault. We set him up to fail. Like, yeah, you set me up for fail. I said, you're a grown ass man. Right. If you didn't want to debate, I'll go, all right.
He can say next time.
We don't have to debate. I don't care. I'm not nobody is forced to come on a podcast. You're not forced to do anything. No one forces you on an interview unless you're like.
Yeah, I don't buy any of L Jamar's excuses why he got manhandled by Professor Dave. I don't buy not one. I don't buy. That's like on somebody's podcast and they invite somebody who's against FBA ADOS, right? Our wants and beliefs, what's best for us as a lineage. Like how and some hater comes on there, some white supremacist or what we would call a tether comes on there to argue. Like how are you setting me up? It's up to me that maybe I don't want to talk about that. Maybe I was invited to a sports, podcast and we're talking about LeBron James and Luka, and some troll comes on there to talk about FBA. I might not be interested. I might hear him out. But I don't have to respond. I don't have to go into a full out debate. I can make it very plain what some of our talking points, but I don't have to go into a full out debate. Nobody can force me to debate. You dig? And I'm definitely not catching no L. Because what we talk, none of us can catch an L. Not one of you can catch an L on our talking points. You can only catch an L if you just misrepresent our talking points. But our talking points, it's historical. It's present. It's past and present and future. Like, because reparations is yet to come. Justice has yet to come. So it's also future. So it's future tense. So like we can never catch an L on history. No, we're old this and that's that. And we've been blocked out of wealth. That's that. Like you can't take an L to history and what's factual. You can only take an L if you're saying things that's not part of our history in our present. Okay, that's when the L comes. So nobody can set me up. Nobody can sabotage me for me to take an L. Like I'm either right or wrong when I speak on behalf of my lineage and represent our talking points. So I don't buy that you set me up garbage. I don't care what it could be, other stuff that I debate. Like there's never a setup, dude. You either can defend your position or you can't. Again, you don't always have to talk about it. You can say, hey, I'm not into it. I'm dealing with hip hop. I don't want to deal with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But you're never forced to argue and debate. You went up there and you actually proposed some arguments. You tried rebuttals. It all flopped. Okay? It's okay. And then he later on went on his own podcast to address it and say, hey, I apologize, flat earthers. I didn't represent, our community the best. See, there you go. So why are you taking accountability on one side of the coin, and the other side you're playing victim? You can't have it both ways. We can't respect that.
Promoting a movie or some shit and you got to pump some shit up, you have to do it. But nobody's forcing you. I just asked. I say, hey man, yo, that would be dope. Come on here. Yeah. And then he said we set him up because before even Dave got on the video, he was like, fuck that, fuck Dave. Called him the F word and all kinds of shit. And the dude, Dave stood his ground, was like, oh, you mad because you don't know shit?
Yeah, no, it got a little crazy.
It got crazy. I had no idea it would get that crazy. I didn't even know. I was like, oh shit. It's like that. And he told me to cut it off in the thing, in the video I watched. He said, I told him to cut it off because he knew to cut it off. I cut it off because I know you. And I was like, as a friend, I was like, let me cut it off. But you choked up.
He implied that he made you cut it off. That he punked you into cutting it off.
Yeah, no, so that I don't like that.
Now I got punked now?
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
like
that. And that's my guy. I don't like that. But the deal is, so again, I think on that tip right there, that's when it becomes a little bit of a show.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But with that being said, you have the right to believe whatever you want to believe. We have to. What's going on with everything with me, right? So you clear. I think that it's becoming. If we could disagree respectfully,
there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. What's you and Lord Jamar?
I don't got no beef with him.
I have no
beef. Why are you talking so spicy?
Because he's talking spicy because he's making it up. He's lying.
I didn't like. Because I love you so. I love y'all. Yo,
but I have no beef with Lord Jamar. He thinks we set him up with that stupid interview because the Earth is a shape. It's fucking dumb. I don't give a fuck if the Earth is parallelogram. It doesn't affect me going from here to there. If I felt it, I go, oh shit, they're right. I don't give a fuck.
But this is.
I just wanted to see a debate.
Yeah,
you took the L. You took the L, and you couldn't take.
Keep in mind, they wanted to see the debate because that's all L Jamar talks about when he's around these guys. He talks about how the Earth is flat. You guys know that. When you come across new information that you believe holds value, you're going to share it with people, especially those who have a disposition that's opposed to that. When the Nation of Islam had the whole Islam movement, what they do? They went to Christians and they proudly debated religion all the time. Christians ain't go around debating religion. You know what I mean? So there's always the folks who come across some new information that they believe the world should know and it's not popular. So I can definitely see L Jamar coming around them and everybody else. Hey, do you know the Earth is flat? They're like, what you talking about? It's a globe. No. Well, where's gravity? I can see them doing that. And then, when people do that all the time, you can't wait because you don't believe it, but you don't have enough information to debunk it. But you can't wait until your cousin named Abias Ron comes to your house. You like, oh, yo, call up Charles. Yo, Charles, come through. You know what I mean? So, hey, Charles, yo, this is Abias Ron. So what you was talking about? Oh, yeah. And then here I come. Okay. Let me ask you a question. See, that's how that normally happens. And I'm sure that's what happened with with L Jamar. Okay, nothing Lord about him.
The L. And then you said niggas drugged you. Nobody drugged you. I called him up and I said, yo, if this is what you think, I want to be clear. I called him up. We texted back and forth. I can show you the text.
I call him L Jamar because he ain't a Lord and he took an L. That's the proper name, L Jamar. He had a debate. He took an embarrassing L, probably worse than Billy Carson. Not as bad as that guy. What's that gorilla guy who got the controversy nowadays? Now, those some L's. He ain't taking no L's, right? But he took an L. Worse than Billy Carson. So that's a proper name, L Jamar. If he'd have won, he'd have been W Jamar or Lord Jamar. But you can't take an L like that and want to be called Lord. Your name is L Jamar.
I was like, I would have never done that. The same way I bought you a 12.
You smoked the same thing he smoked?
Of course. What, you think I gave him a separate weed from me?
I'm just asking.
He said he was out of sorts because
what the fuck was in this drink.
And then he said,
yo, the earth is flat.
Check it out.
The earth is flat. I don't know what's in this drink.
The earth better be round with him. How much I paid for that Macallan?
And then he said, yo, I think Godfrey is going to go back on Vlad. Watch. He's not going to do it because I brought it up. When the fuck did I say I was going to go back on Vlad? I don't even have a beef with Vlad.
This is a point to discredit you. That's all it is.
I know, but it's corny.
But it's lies.
So, and the reason why I'm playing this is not to resurrect that. I got better content, more relevant content. But this is what they talked about recently. This is a recent show from Godfrey. So I would like to hear. I never heard his response back, from everything. So he's kind of like addressing everything. Now this is even after Crazy Legs podcast. So I was interested to hear what they had to say about Godfrey. You got to hear both sides. So here you go.
I said I would address it. I didn't want to watch this shit in the first place.
You told me that.
I was like, what for?
Hold on. Let me say this to the world.
Wait, no.
They didn't even know it existed. I called Godfrey and said, yo, I watched Lord Jamar last night. He went and you said, I'm not even watching that shit.
I don't want to watch. It's because it's like, how old are we? This is like bitch shit. I'm sorry. It's bitch made shit. And his fucking fans can go fuck themselves. No, his fans can go fuck themselves. Fuck you. Unsubscribing. The guys that subscribe, fuck you. You never liked me in the first place. Don't come to my shows. Don't come to nothing. Because you come live, because you know what the fuck's going to happen. Come live with that same motherfucking energy, dude. Like, stay the fuck away from me. Stay the fuck from everything. Unsubscribe. Is this what we doing? I'm unsubscribing. You bitch. Who cares? And unsubscribe. Why are you telling me? That's bitch. That's what's going on. Conference call when Vlad said what he said about the minister.
All right, go ahead. Y'all
Dig, I wanted to be. You did not put. You didn't dig. I wanted to be Lord Jamar's podcast for like 3-4 years with Raw Digger at the Black Lady Theater in fucking Brooklyn. I would take.
Nobody.
I don't give a fuck.
That.
But my thing is, I did Lord. Hold on. I did Lord Jamar's podcast for like 3-4 years with Raw Digger.
Right, so you see, Raw Digger was before Godfrey, in case I didn't know. What happened with that? What happened with the Raw Digger podcast? I don't know. I can only speculate how disrespectful he was towards ADOS, FBA's reparations case and claims. I can imagine like that was probably the pivotal point of them going their own ways, because she was not on board with the all-inclusiveness of anybody can be tagged onto reparations. Like, she clearly said, no, this is ADOS. This is before FBA was even thought of. So for everybody, it was ADOS. And ADOS isn't Tone. It isn't Yvette, just like FBA isn't Tariq. So let's not mess it up. ADOS stands for American. Are you American? Are you a descendant of slaves? Then that's who you are. Okay. Are you FBA? Are you are you part of the lineage that's foundational to this country? Black American, that's who you are. So both acronyms fit perfectly, and it's only describing us and nobody else. They're very exclusive. They're not inclusive at all. It's dealing with us. So ADOS, FBA. Now, the political thoughts behind Yvette and Tone, the political thoughts or thoughts behind Tariq, that's their personal thoughts. They're humans like us. You might agree with ADOS acronym over FBA. You might feel like it's more fitting. You might feel like FBA is more fitting, but you're an individual too. There's no monolith. We all have our own brain, and we probably call ourselves ADOS over FBA, but we agree more with FBA talking points, and vice versa. Somebody might say, foundational Black America is more fitting than ADOS, but I agree with ADOS, talking points, which is Yvette and Tone. So, but don't mix it up. Like, you are a foundational Black American and you are an American descendant of slaves. So don't get caught up in, like, if you say you're ADOS, you got to agree with everything Yvette and Tone says. And on the flip side, just because you say you're FBA don't mean you got to agree with everything Tariq says. No, we're all human beings. There's 43 million of us. Some are brighter, smarter, stronger, faster. We all got flaws. We all got strengths of each other. So yeah, you can't lump me up. Oh, you saying ADOS? Yeah, because I'm an American descendant of slaves. You're saying FBA? Yeah, because my lineage helped build this country, and I'm part of that. And I'm proud of it. So there's no confusion on my part. Okay, so anyway, Lord L Jamar had a show with Rod Digger, as I played already. I already played. He was like low-key passive aggressive on the notion that that reparations was a thing exclusively for ADOS, American descendants of slaves. Okay. Anyway, let's go. But what happened with that? My point. What happened with that? Well, you could tell that he rubbed it the wrong way. I don't know what eventually caused the fall, but that was not a good look for her. I know she looked at him differently, and he looked at her differently because he felt like she was being divisive along with us, which she is for a good reason.
Black Lady Theater in fucking Brooklyn. I would take the
I'm subscribing to you.
Yeah, his fans. I'm unsubscribing.
Right,
I go just unsubscribe.
All right, go ahead. Y'all can finish. My bad.
Because they think it's like, oh, you unsubscribe. I'll be fine.
I don't know nobody.
I don't give a fuck.
That.
But my thing is, I did Lord. Hold on. I did Lord Jamar's podcast for like 3-4 years with Raw Digger at the Black Lady Theater in fucking Brooklyn. I would take the train all the way down because it was Lord Jamar. It was Raw Digger. I wanted to be around that,
and I loved it.
And I didn't. Guess what? I didn't get paid for that shit. And then he said,
"So good question. Good question for same day. Same day. Great question." He said, "Why not ADOS defense?" All right. So for me, it was easy. FBA is more popular, right, than ADOS. So I felt like with most people, you say FBA, they know exactly what it is because it's been trending. It's been in the mouths of celebrities and certain podcasts. ADOS is not as popular. So I just went with the more popular term. Even though they both describe us, the more popular term is clearly FBA. It's in everybody's mouth. So why not just run with the popular vote? It just went out on the popular vote. And that's why I went with FBA over ADOS. But you hear me say FBA ADOS all the time. And yo, guess what? Same day, I actually got a channel called FBA ADOS. So I actually got both. So I got it, and you'll see me. So when I play Raymond Wimbush, so at some point I'm going to play a segment on Dr. Raymond Wimbush or defending reparations for us against some random white callers. Look at the channel. That's my channel. It's called FBA ADOS.
He put thousands of dollars in my pocket. How the fuck are you?
Said that.
Why are you lying? You didn't put shit in my pocket because you were taking the money, and I didn't even want anything because.
That's another great point that Godfrey. Yeah, I mean, like I don't think he did something crazy wrong. I think he just like you said, Khaled. He did what he did. But I don't see him doing something like just horrible. All right, Chris the Red Boy, I agree with you, bro. Let me add that too, same day. ADOS, I don't believe was ever was supposed to be an ethnic identifier. I don't think ADOS was to replace Black American, Negro color, all the terms we've been called, right? I don't think ADOS was for that. I think ADOS was supposed to just be a political representative name for us, where we can get things exclusively for us, reparations or whatever else. So I think that's what ADOS intentions were for. I think they are still now. FBA, as Chris the Rebel just articulated in the chat, FBA was not only about a claim for reparations. FBA is clearly an ethnic identifier replacement. So, and that's the other reason why that was an easy choice for FBA, because that's what it was supposed to do. Also, see, if reparations never happened, then ADOS pretty much, goes right with it. But if reparations never happened, we're still FBA, right? So that was a good point by Chris the Rebel. Thanks. That's why it's important to read the chat, because sometimes you kind of forget the reasons why you do stuff because it's on the fly, we're live, but the chat will help you out.
I just like, it's Lord Jamar. I do shit for free. If you're my man, I'm gonna do shit for free. You did not put any fucking money in my pocket. Thousands? Get the fuck. I make thousands telling jokes. That's what the fuck I do.
Yes, you do.
I make thousands.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, so Khalid, this is a crash out. Like, he just behaving uncharacteristic. And that doesn't mean he's wrong. That doesn't mean he's a tether or we should not listen to him. Nah, like he's crashing out. A crash out is exactly what it is. A crash out is when one of us just go outside of character. Right? It's kind of like we kind of resent it. We kind of wish it never happened, but it is what it is. So he just crashed out. He's kind of out of character, cursing and stuff. But I don't believe he did anything where we need to boycott him or unsubscribe. I don't believe he did so. I think he did some things that we disagree with, but I don't think it's enough to boycott Godfrey, unsubscribe. Nah, like we got to have more tougher skin than that. Like, it got to be something clear. Like Umar Johnson, we didn't even ban him, and he's clearly against FBA. He said it. I'm against FBA. I'm against reparations. Right? And we still ain't cancel him. So yeah, so Umar will be more on our terrorist watch over Godfrey for right now, but things can change, right? Things can always change. 2 days from now, Godfrey can crash out again where we got to cancel him. But I'm not going to convince you guys not to cancel him. Right? We're all 43 million FBAs. You got to make your own choice who you like to listen to and who you don't want to listen to. But we got to be on code when we have a common enemy. We must be on code to oust that person. But he's crashing out. It's getting kind of annoying. It's not going nowhere. So yeah, he wasn't drugged. So, and if you are drugged, drugs will make you stupid. It don't make you start telling lies. Like what? So like there's a truth serum. So there's a lie serum too. There's a truth serum and there's a lie serum. So there's a drug or something you can take to make you just lie. Like, stop.
Been to my shows, packed shows.
All right. Enough of this rant. Let's move on. Yeah, Umar be wilding, but Umar's up and down, Valerie. That's why he hasn't been canceled, because sometimes he'll say some stuff. But yeah, and is he really cancel worthy? Because he's a Pan-Africanist. Like that's how they all are. You dig? So we could only cancel Umar if he never. Okay, if Umar never had that Pan-Africanist title, then yes, we would have to cancel him. But because he's a Pan-Africanist, it's like, yo, what else do we expect? Like, they're like delusional. This is why they won't come over here and have a friendly conversation with me. They always say, hey, come to my podcast, come to my podcast, come to my podcast. Like, dude, first of all, I invited you. All right, I came to your podcast and invited you. So how does my invite turn to your invite? How does my invitation turn to your invitation? This what scared clowns, insecure people do. This what insecure men do. You invite them and they invite you. Now, how they come to me like a man to invite me, I will be over there. Listen, I have a long track record of joining people podcasts. Yeah, there's a long history of me on YouTube. I can show you video after video after video of me on Smalls podcast all the time. As a matter of fact, I was doing that before I had my own podcast. But these same folks who want to give me a counter invitation, look at them. They never be somewhere else. Like they want to have full control and try to control the narrative. You see me, I let people talk freely. Chaotic Truth talk freely. That Spanish troll, he talked freely from Costa Rica, right? My only thing is, bro, don't dominate the conversation because you are a guest. That's all. And guess what? I display the same behavior when I go to their show. I never try to talk as much as them. And when they say stop, I stop. So you're going to have the same respect over here. Stop. Stop me, stop. So it's the same standard that I expect that I give. But they all, no, come to my podcast. I'm like, dude, I'm good. You know, nobody comes. Not only am I not coming there, nobody comes there. Like, you're not even known to have guests like that oppose your stance. This weird Pan-Africanist that won't come over here and talk and express his views against FBA. I mean, if you're correct, if you're right, why are you reluctant? Anyway, so let's get out of there. Let's go here. It's a brief commercial.
Fox News Alert here. New outrage over another ICE raid leak, this time giving criminal migrants facing arrest an early warning in Northern Virginia, disrupting a large-scale enforcement operation there. No bueno.
Yeah, that'd be a no-no.
Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perry.
Hope you had a good weekend. Here we go, right? Big week coming up, everybody. I'm Bill Hemmer. News about the impending raids leaked by an activist news editor giving potential targets a heads up about an operation plan for today and tomorrow. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem now has put a priority on finding anyone guilty of leaking information and disrupting previous raids.
A former ICE director blasting agents of the deep state trying to hobble the mission to make America safe.
People can be charged with obstruction of justice, which is a federal felony, carries up to 10 years in prison. And it's really justified here because these agents that are going out there on behalf of us to keep us safer are being put in danger because of these leakers trying to advance their political agendas.
Meanwhile, President Trump and his administration are highlighting a major drop in illegal border crossings during his first full month in office. Migrant encounter February now a trickle compared to the same months with the Biden administration.
So Rich Edson's on that story live in D.C. to tell us why and what's next.
Now, let me explain why Pan-Africans will never come over here. It's because they want to be on the attack. They're going to make believe we're a monolith. They're going to talk about Tariq. We already seen it. Brother Reggie, you were here. All you had to say was Tariq, Tariq, Tariq. Chief X, Tariq. Yeah, let's talk about FBA. You could mention Tariq here and there, but let's just talk about FBA. So I can just talk, I could just say what I got to say. Why I got to keep defending Tariq and what he believes and what he says. So if we're going to do that, then let me talk about some Pan-Africanists that, let me talk about Dr. Umar. You going to defend him? And he believes he is a leader. So that's not going to work. So if you're going to make me always defend Tariq Nasheed because he's an FBA like one of us, that's our lineage, then I'm going to make you defend Dr. Umar Johnson, who's a Pan-Africanist like yourself, and he is a leader. Okay? So let's do that. I don't mind that. But they'll say no. So no, we're not going to do that. You're not going to have me keep defending and speak up for Tariq when you could just call it his show. Like, he actually welcome calls, especially from trolls, all the time. So you could just call his show and just do that with him, and he'll beat you up, and we'll replay it over here and laugh at you. So how about just talk to me about FBA and where I believe it's going and the limitations or unlimitations? But they don't want to do that. They want to just come over here, Tariq, and on their show, they can do that. But over here, they can't do that. Mute. No, we're not going to do that. Well, I'll allow you to tell me what you have against them, and we could look at it, see if there's any merit there. But after a while, we're going to move on. And now I'm going to ask, what do you have against FBAs? Let you hear your talk. They believe FBA and ADOS is separate. So then I'm going to ask them, okay, then what's your complaint against ADOS? I'm going to see if they're even consistent, and let them go. And then we'll talk about, okay, well, let me tell you some things I have against about Pan-Africanism. All right, so now let's talk about it all. Is that fair? But no, I'm not gonna let them come over here and just rant about how much they hate Tariq. Okay, that's not gonna happen. Grown men doing that.
Hello, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, Bill. Well, during the peak of the migrant crisis a couple of years ago, the Department of Homeland Security reported apprehending more than 8,000 migrants in a single day. The White House credits its administration and its wide crackdown in the historic drop in migration. President Trump declared a border emergency his first day in office and reinstated a policy to force asylum seekers to stay in Mexico. The administration also struck agreements with countries to take their migrants back, or even migrants from other countries, and deployed troops to the border.
So when you take the probability of detection plus the fact that we're going to deliver a consequence and you're not going to be allowed to just be caught and released and remain in this country, that is what drives the numbers down. We've known how to do it all along.
As the administration tries to step up deportations, specifics about enforcement and removal operations plans keep leaking. Like a tweet from yesterday that warns ICE raids are planned Monday, Tuesday in Northern Virginia per multiple sources who tell us ICE has obtained between 75 and 100 judicial warrants. Last month, Border Czar Tom Homan blamed leaks for hampering a large-scale operation.
By the way, I wish like hell Myron Gaines calling. But again, listen, if you want me to have these conversations with Myron Gaines and these folks, y'all got to show up. Okay? Getting 20 live viewers, 30 live viewers, that's not going to do it. Like, these guys get, double digits. So their excuse is going to be, nobody knows you, because they're clout chasers. Clout chasers want people to be around when they had these meaningless debates. I will cook. Oh my, Myron will be so easy. I don't even got to attack Somalia, and he'll be so easy. But I can't let them off the hook. So I will address, because you're addressing us. I gotta address Somalia, but most of my cook won't even be about Somalia. Okay, so anyway, I would love for Myron to hop over here. Like you got some good FBA channels out there that's doing really good. Okay, but they don't really invite guests. They don't really invite like a back and forth exchange. I do. So I welcome the smoke. But they're not going to come without the views. I'm telling you right now, because I'm in their comment section. We're going back and forth. I'm in all there. I never called out Myron. I never was on his comment section because I didn't think of him till today. I got no videos about Myron, and then he came across my feed. I'm like, oh yeah, this clown, this tether. So anyway, I would love for him to come over here because he seems to engage with people. I got a Facebook group called FBA versus the World Gang. Click that and join that. And you don't have to like contribute to anything. Just join. So when there's an update or there's a debate I got going on, or some just fun stuff, you guys can be in tune. I'm also thinking about doing it like a Clubhouse. I'm not that familiar with Clubhouse like that, but I see that these cowards will probably come on the Clubhouse before they come on this podcast. So let me go to Clubhouse and create a room, and let's just get it in and invite these white supremacist trolls and tethers over there and cook them. So I might even do that, consider that as well. But again, like these guys are not coming without the numbers, all right? And again, the guys with the numbers that defend our lineage, their podcast ain't set up to take exchanges like that. Like, because not everybody's a debater. Like, people just good with information. People just good, just good at what they do. But everybody's not a debater, so they're not going to have that exchange. But yeah, so it's going to come with the and I sound funny because I'm drinking hot coffee while I talk. Anyway, so listen, the support I get from you guys. You see, Chaotic Truth came here because he's, they started to see my channel in their feeds, but that's not going to happen without the support. But I would love to get Myron. Oh my God.
Near Denver, immigration activists have also appeared at raids with bullhorns and sirens to prevent. A tweet from yesterday that warns ICE raids are planned Monday, Tuesday in Northern Virginia per multiple sources who tell us ICE has obtained between 75 and 100 judicial warrants. Last month, Border Czar Tom Homan blamed leaks for hampering a large-scale operation near Denver. Immigration activists have also appeared at raids with bullhorns and sirens to prevent arrests. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem has vowed to fire leakers and even use polygraphs to try to identify them. Republicans point out the administration managed to do all this without Congress. Some Democrats say the administration's tactics, like deporting migrants on military planes, is intimidating and that Congress needs to step in and pass an immigration reform bill.
Okay,
Dana,
Ritz, thanks. Nice to see you there in Washington, D.C. Thank you. Dana? So we want to find what the American...
So I'm glad Jay said that. Yeah, so I don't like the fact that Yvette brings up Tariq. And I don't even like the fact Tariq brings up them. You dig? Because again, like that's what white supremacists and tethers want. They want us to implode within. And they're going to use us to argue amongst ourselves so we can never focus on the real threat. Right? People who are attaching to our lineage and people who are acting like our lineage doesn't exist. So yeah, I'm not a supporter of the back and forth. When Tariq does a show coming at them, I don't really watch it. And when Yvette throw her little jabs at Tariq, I don't watch those shows. It's like, yo, I mean, to each his own. Maybe some of you do, but that's not for me. I'm for the information. And that's why I watch all of them. I watch Tone because they all have good information. Tariq got good information. Tone got good information. Yvette got good information. Dr. Claw got good information. And some of these other YouTube channels that's out here representing, they got good information too. So I just watch everybody. And I kind of like put it in my own words. And that's who I am. Unbiased Ron. That's why I'm unbiased Ron. I don't have any biases. I watch everybody who's part of our lineage, even though their tactics I might disagree with. Some of their tactics. But overall, I like them. I just don't like the jabs. I'm like, yo, this, especially for Yvette, like, yo, this ain't helping what you're doing. Like, or whatever. To each his own.
People are thinking, I think, Dana, for the purposes of the numbers I'm about to show you, and this goes back a ways now, sometimes it's 6 weeks, sometimes 2 years, is that the political parties really see this story in a very different way, okay? So this was our polling from 6 weeks ago. How concerned are you about Russia's invasion? This here, I think, is quite telling.
I don't know what the hell that is. That ain't part of my my show. Okay, so we went off. That right there wasn't a part of nothing I had planned. It was this.
ICE officials confirming the arrest of a violent gang member outside a charter school in the city of Chicago. And school officials are outraged over ICE doing that and arresting that guy.
Todd Pyro has the details. Good morning, Todd.
Good morning to all four of you. This arrest taking place on Wednesday outside a charter school in Chicago. Fox News obtaining the video of the suspect.
You wasn't around when I was playing her Marcus Garvey video, where she cooked Marcus Garvey. Yeah, when she had an interview with Queen's Flip, like I chopped that whole video. I got hella clips, and I actually played that interview in full. And then I also introduced. So I played the Queen's Flip interview with Yvette. That was a great interview. Just like I told y'all, the Joe Budden, Dr.Umar video was great, and yeah, I agree. It was hilarious. It's good. The Yvette Queen's Flip interview was great. Sometimes some people can bring out a side of you that most folks never seen, and they'll look at you differently afterwards. So her interview, Yvette Carnell interview with Queen's Flip, like that was a good look for her and what she got going on. I'm telling you, because before then she wasn't like the most charismatic person, the most humorous person, but that interview shined a side of her that was really a good look for her. Like, it makes you look at her differently. Like whatever false judgments you had against her, you kind of be like, okay, she's all right. She ain't as bad as I thought she was. She's okay. Anyway, let's tackle this this illegal thug who was at near a school.
Taken away by ICE. You see it right there on your screen. Federal officials have revealed that the man is a violent street gang member with a criminal record that includes drug trafficking, gang loitering, and property damage. Officials also saying he had been previously deported from the U.S. in 2005 and in 2013. But just hours before officials confirmed the suspect's criminal past, the Chicago Teachers Union and city officials condemned the arrest and President Trump's immigration enforcement efforts. Watch this.
Children watched as their daddy was put in handcuffs by agents carrying out the orders of a tyrant president.
When we have parents being grabbed from our schools, we gotta wonder, what is the Chicago Public Schools doing to protect our children?
Dude, there's a violent criminal outside the school, and they arrested him, and they're saying, what are they doing to protect the children? Dude, they just did their job. They protected the school by arresting a violent, illegal, drug trafficking mule gang member, you dig, of Mexico somewhere. Like that's called providing protection for the school and the kids.
I would like to see our school district figure out how to keep people safe, how to keep schools open and welcoming and safe for our young people.
That rally you see there was planned before the ICE arrest.
But when it comes to, so that was before the ICE arrest. All right, okay. I'm about to say, I know they ain't justifying that violent gang member allegedly. But Tariq and Yvette and Tone, like you gotta look at ADOS, FBA, like really like Dr. King and I won't say Malcolm X, but you gotta look at it like Dr. King and maybe I don't know, like see, everybody attached themselves to the movement, but you gotta really look at you gotta look at ADOS FBA as Dr. King versus Dr. King. Because Dr. King had one message: can we all get along, turn the cheeks? And then he had another message, was like, yo, we're gonna march to Washington and we're going for a check. So you gotta look at ADOS and FBA as like Dr. King versus Dr. King. Both messages were good, but there was a time and place for the messages.
Says the charter school and officials have been in talks to close 7 charter schools. Both ICE and school officials confirmed that agents did not attempt to.
Don't fall for that trick. I'm telling you, there's a tether amongst you guys pretending to be FBA or ADOS, and they are purposely getting on Yvette under the FBA banner, and they are purposely getting on Tariq under the ADOS banner. And you guys take that hook, line, and sinker. I don't fall for that. I don't fall for. You got tethers with FBA and ADOS names. You got white supremacists with FBA and ADOS names, and they're out here to try to get us to implode from within, right? Because that's the only way to stop us. The only way to stop us is have us stop us, and I don't pay attention to that.
Enter the school. Back over to you.
Todd, just to be clear, so this guy who's accused of being a gang member and drug trafficking and things like that, he was in a car near a school. There were school kids in the car, it sounds like, but they weren't his kids. So it was just a bunch of coincidences. It's near a school. There are school kids in there, and the fact that it was so close to the school, that's what outrages them, right?
But of course, Steve, as we well know and as we've covered multiple times, the left takes an opportunity like this to make an example regardless of whether or not the facts are on their side. And here, as we reported, the facts are not on their side. These ICE agents did not go into the school. Right. This individual is a criminal according to our laws, and under President Trump and Tom Homan's efforts, criminals that are illegal migrants are going to be deported out of our country.
But I don't care if they even went into the school. If you got a gangbanger who is selling drugs that are killing children, by the way, recruiting kids, because when it comes to prosecuting the kids versus the adults, it's different. I want the guy out. I don't care if he has to go into school or not. And it seems like there's more outrage on the area. We'll go back to process again with the Democrats that weren't more concerned about the process than the crime that's being committed.
Those kids watch Law and Order. They know how this works. Go in there and get that guy out that damn school. All right. So let's tackle real briefly the Prof.Smalls segment. How he changed gears and it really made us look at him differently. Like he kind of ruined his legacy really by this right here.
So, well, Baba, why have you? There are 4 sentiments that are often expressed by our young brothers and sisters when we engage them, our FBA family, and they are our family. And when they express them, what they'll say is, well, like Baba James, he aligns with us. But I want to share these 4 sentiments with you, and I can do it one at a time.
Baba James, take your time.
I want you to be able to just
crash out, my boy. I can respond because if I'm late for my sister's birthday, she's gonna kill me.
Gotcha. All right, so I'll give you all 4. I'll give you all 4. So these are 4 of the most common like anti-African sentiments we hear being expressed by some of our brothers and sisters. The first one is Black people in America are not African and have no connection to Africa. We're Native Black Americans. That's one. The second one is Black people in America may be genetically African, but so is the entire planet. Everybody on Earth is African. That's 2. The third one is African people on the continent don't refer to themselves as Africans. We're the only ones who call ourselves Africans. That's 3. And the fourth one is Black Americans are the only ones who practice Pan-Africanism. Those are the four most common kind of like retorts that we hear, and they always say, "Well, Baba James Smalls agrees with us." Like,
well, Baba James Smalls going to tell him I don't agree to none of that shit I just heard.
None of it.
None of it makes sense.
Okay.
You're going to give me the white slop.
reports that we hear, the ones who call ourselves African.
So Baba James said he doesn't agree with none of that. It all doesn't make sense. Baba James, you got to stand on that, my boy. You can't say that and then say something contrary. The youth ain't going to, the FBA youth, the ADOS youth ain't going to respect you. Like you, especially as an elder, you got to stand on what you stand on, my boy. You got to do that under duress, under criticism, extreme criticism, you know, weird circumstances. You got to just stand on what you stand on. This was not a good look.
That's 3. And the fourth one is Black Americans are the only ones who practice Pan-Africanism. Those are the four most common kind of like retorts that we hear, and they always say, "Well, Baba James Smalls agrees with us." Like,
well, Baba James Smalls going to tell him I don't agree to none of that shit I just heard. Because none of it makes sense. You're going to give me the white slop and then give it a name like Foundation of Black America. Don't label me with slop.
All right, so don't label you with slop. Don't label you as a foundational Black American because that's slop. Don't label, okay, fine. We won't label you that. We'll call you what you want to be called. You want to be called a Pan-Africanist. Okay, fine. You're not an FBA. You don't want to be. Okay, you want to be a Pan-Africanist. All right. You sure? Are you sure? 10 toes down?
Reports that we hear, and they always say, "Well, Baba James Smalls agrees with us." Like,
well, Baba James Smalls going to tell him I don't agree to none of that shit I just heard. Because none of it makes sense. You're going to give me the white slop and then give it a name like Foundation of Black America. Don't label me with slop.
Explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Okay, so label you the white man slop, Foundation of Black American. See, this is what we cannot respect. Stand on, I'm saying I'm not African, right? Culture-wise, ethnic-wise, I'm not African. Some biology, genetic stuff, sure. Race, sure. But my ethnic identifier, I'm not African. Nothing about me, the way I move, the way I talk, my history, what I eat, nothing about me is African. Never been there, never going. You dig? I mean, that's just it. And how, like, you can't just say I'm African. Like, you got to point me to a country. Because every quote unquote African is led to a country, right? So, like, why are we stopping at the? Okay, you want to make me African? Why do we stop at the continent? Let's keep going back further. Which country am I from? And what makes them African, or what makes them? Okay, let's see if they say Nigerian. Then I'm going to ask, what makes a Nigerian Nigerian? You would have to say Nigerian blood, like. It is, because even like the Native Americans, to enjoy some of their benefits, you have to, some of them do the blood thing, right? Like how much percentage of Nigerian makes me Nigerian? What percentage of Nigerian makes me not Nigerian? So for example, if there's a couple, if a Nigerian man slept with a white woman, they got a mulatto kid, half-breed, daywalker, and that kid slept with a white woman and white woman and white woman and white woman and white woman, all the way down. At what point are they no longer Nigerian? Because genetically, they're gonna always have that Nigerian in them. They'll never leave. But what percentage makes them no longer Nigerian? What percentage makes, let's do the vice versa. That kid marries a Nigerian woman and a Nigerian woman and a Nigerian woman, and that kid is very, very dark. But DNA is still gonna show that let's say Netherlands stuff in them. So what percentage separates that kid from being Netherlands and now just full-blooded Nigerian? We need to know. Okay, so it's not the pick and choose Olympics. Like you're from Africa, but you can't tell me which country. Like that's not saying a lot, my boy. So why I just can't be black then, right? Since you can't point me to a country, then what? Can I just say I'm black? Aren't Africans black? And you say blacks are African, so why I just can't use the word black? Why I gotta use African? So it's like, yeah, it's like, what are we doing? All right. Anyway, yeah. So again, they can hop on, they can explain this stuff, but I got a few questions. About this Pan-Africanism, because it seemed like they got different ideas what it actually is. We don't have that issue. We don't have that issue over here. When we say American descendants of slaves, when we say foundational Black Americans, we mean the same thing: lineage stemming from slavery, chattel slavery. But their Pan-Africanist ideologies, those things fluctuate depending on who you're speaking to. The last dude that came on, his ideas, was it KD? Like he had this "we all the world" definition of Pan-Africanism. Like Black folks just love Black folks. Like no action behind it. Just everybody just love each other. It's like, so there's no aim and purpose, nothing that you want to accomplish. It just, we all love each other, all Black folks across the world. Like, dude, stop. Anyway, let's get back to one more time the slot, and let's get to the change of direction.
The third one is African people on the continent don't refer to themselves as Africans. We're the only ones who call ourselves Africans. That's
gotta have paperwork. Power to the gods.
And the fourth one is Black Americans are the only ones who practice Pan-Africanism. Those are the four most common kind of like retorts that we hear, and they always say, "Well, Baba James Smalls agrees with us." Like,
well, Baba James Smalls going to tell him I don't agree to none of that shit I just heard, because none of it makes sense. You're going to give me the white slop and then give it a name like Foundation of Black America. Don't label me with slop.
Explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Foundation of Black American, that we have a right to identify ourselves
as foundational Black Americans. Listen to what Baba James just said. As foundational, so now he's including himself as foundational Black Americans. We have the right to identify ourselves. So he's agreeing with Tariq Nasheed's premises of what a foundational Black American is and why it was started, to self-identify. So now, I mean, this is just crazy. So now he agrees he is the white man's slot, and he goes further. Like, we have the right to self-identify because he said we foundational Black Americans. I mean, what's up? You can't really make this stuff up. So this is why they don't want to talk, because their leaders are all over the place, from Dr.Umar to Baba James. There's no consistency.
And this is
reports that we hear, the ones who call ourselves Africans. That's three. And the fourth one is Black Americans are the only ones who practice Pan-Africanism. Those are the four most common kind of like retorts that we hear, and they always say, "Well, Baba James Smalls agrees with us." Like,
well, Baba James Smalls going to tell him I don't agree to none of that shit I just heard, because none of it makes sense. You're going to give me the white slop and then give it a name like Foundation of Black America. Don't label me with slop.
Explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Foundation of Black American, that we have a right to identify ourselves in the same way any other ethnic group. And I think I used the Jamaican community. They don't call themselves African, they call themselves Jamaicans.
Right, absolutely. Wait a minute. That's an FBA talking point. That's not a Pan-Africanist talking point. So he is now barring our talking points. And I guess he like read the room. He seen like Tariq was in like his warrior spirit. Like, oh boy, he invited me on here for smoke, because Tariq does not look happy. He's prepared for whatever Baba James is going to say that's controversial to what, contrary to what we stand on. He read that room. He read that room correctly, and he changed his mind. Now he is FBA. So when you hear these Pan-Africanists talk about how much they hate FBAs and things like that is divisive, you make sure you tell them, hey man, one of your leaders, your elders, Baba James, he said he's FBA. And he also said we got the right to self-identify.
The people from Haiti don't say I'm African, they say I'm Haitian. And we find no contradiction with that. We're the only group in North America that use the term African to describe ourselves.
What they'll say is, well, like Baba James, he aligns with us.
I give Omaweli credit in that he was man enough to call me yesterday.
Now, I only call him Agent Amawali because Baba James-Smalls called him agent, because he said there's an agent amongst us who's out here to cause issues with Tariq Nasheed, right? And the only person they both are talking about is this guy. So 2 + 2 is 4. Like, this is the agent that Baba James is talking about. Listen.
And I said, well, what is your beef for Tariq? See? And he gave some critique about...
what is your beef with Tariq? And he gave some critique. He's talking about Amawali.
Pan-Africanism and your view on Pan-Africanism or attack of Pan-Africanism. And I gave him my view on you and what I think your view is. And
don't get lost in this conversation. The subject is Amawali. He's speaking about Amawali. So when he says agent,
I told him that, the work that you have done bespeaks itself. Now, they try to take you out of the picture with the work. I'm still suffering with that. Yeah. But then what happened after the show, I started looking, I'm just going around.
He said what happened after the show. So the same show where you heard him go crazy, crash out in FBAs, he's claiming he thought about what happened after the show. And now he's looking at those 3 or 2 individuals like sideways. Like he's feeling like L Jamar, but he was really set up. L Jamar wasn't.
On internet and had people taking little pieces of what I had said and using that to say I'm attacking you.
Right.
And that's what pissed me off, because usually I don't get involved in none of this tete-a-tete kind of stuff. So I had to then try to say, okay, let me make a statement. Anyone that took what I said in that show and twisted to be an attack on you was being straight up evil. Collaborators, if not agent themselves.
Yes, indeed.
I don't like to call people agents straight up. But collaborators can come from just being ignorant or selfish or being anti-freedom. And so when I hear people going and attacking you, and when I ask
So the only person who was attacking him on the show was this guy. The woman was quiet.
them, why are you attacking? I mean, you can have a reason to criticize a brother. That's one thing. The criticism is one thing. Outright attack, defaming, that's something else. And that's what I'm...
So Alicia said, she pointed out something important. She said, you see how fast he switched accents? Like one accent, this dude is straight from the Congos. Now he's using his FBA accent. Interesting. I got to go back and catch that.
Saying on the internet, there's defamation because somebody disagreed with something that you said. I've watched your work. I choose to work with you.
Okay.
Interesting. White.
So now, this video is hilarious. Okay, to remember, they try to give us our leaders, right? Because we agree that we're FBA. So, but this is their actual leader. Like Baba James-Smalls is their actual leader. Like they won't even argue that. And this is their other leader. Hey, yo, look how brave their leader is. Now he gonna talk all this junk about white folks. Look what happens when they actually pull up. Now this is their courageous king, the prince of popcorn and pudding, applesauce.
People say that they are colorblind.
Look, white folks pulled up. Look, he's getting ready. Look. All right. False pull up. Wait, are they pulling up? Nah, they ain't pulling up. I'm good. Wait, are they? Look.
It's a crazy Neanderthal gathering.
I'm not lying. White folks are pulling up. Look how fast he grabbed his dead kid. I thought he was going for a gun. This dude grabbed his car keys. This is their courageous prince of popcorn and pudding and applesauce. Look.
Crazy Neanderthal alert. You got to be careful with the Neanderthals. If you are a black person who feels the need.
Look at this guy.
If you are a black person,
that
that white people have to confess that they are racist and that they practice racism in order for you to heal.
This guy hauled ass while still talking about white folks. Then he act like he's not fleeing from white folks. But I got it. I got the full context. I got you.
This is a very toxic concept. This is a very unhealthy approach to post-traumatic slavery disease. But a lot of black people think that the healing cannot begin until white people confess the fact that they are racist. So if you are a black person,
He got spotted.
If you are a black person,
this is hilarious,
who feels the need,
look how he
confess the fact that,
Yeah,
but a
look how he
lot of
stopped
black
mid-speech.
people
He
think
is
that
afraid
the
like
healing cannot begin until white people confess.
So keep in mind, like, he's somewhere near his neighborhood. Like, he's somewhere near that school. Now, there's some rumors that he's living out the school. Like, there's some rumors online that says he's living in the school. Like, he's living in the school. Okay, so he's somewhere near that school because this is what they say online. They says because all you ever see him is in the school or outside the school. You never see him in an apartment or house. He's either in the school, out the school, or in a car or at a park, but you don't see him in a house. Okay, this is what the internet is saying. They said, find a video where he's in the home while he still got that school. They said, once he got that school, that was pretty much a schoolhouse. That's what they are saying.
Confess the fact that they are racist. So if you are a black person,
this is your leader.
If you are a black person who feels the need, if you are a black person who feels that white people have to confess that they are racist and that they practice racism in order for you to heal, then we are in trouble as a people.
Yeah, your king just fled from a white gathering, an innocent white gathering, and they were just probably walking their dogs, but he is so paranoid. Allegedly, maybe he took mushrooms or some type of paranoid drug. But a couple Karens got together just to go outside and take a walk. And this dude hopped in that car and fled like it was the Klan trying to do a mass hanging, it's a public hanging. He hauled ass. That's embarrassing. And where are you at in Delaware? Let's say if his concerns were like real, why would somebody want to send their school around that type of environment where the Klan is basically out there? Like, what were they actually? Okay, listen. When he fled, what did he believe they were actually going to do to him? Open his car door, and I mean, what did he actually? Did they have KKK mask on or something? Like, what did he actually think that they were going to do to him to cause him to flee like that? Like, dude, what type of imagination you got? Like, for me to feel threatened, like, you got to approach my car or get, at least say something towards me. Just because y'all gathering to talk about some foolishness, that's not enough to flee. Yeah, this guy fled from a couple Karens that's not even thinking about it.
White people are never going to confess their racism. White culture is not based on honesty.
All right, one more time. Yeah, this is concerning that your leader is this paranoid.
A lot of black people think that the healing cannot begin until white people confess the fact that they are racist. So if you are a black person, if you are a black person who feels the need,
he got a king crown in his shirt.
If you are a black person who feels that white people have to confess that they are racist and that they practice racism in order for you to heal, then we are in trouble as a people.
We're in trouble that the leader just ran from a bunch of gatherings, walking their dogs.
5642, you are up.
Go ahead, bro.
How you doing, Freshman Myron?
What's up, bro?
Myron, I just want to say I've been a big fan of yours since you said like women post images on their Instagram if they're cheating in their relationships.
All right. What's your hate then?
How do you feel? How do it feel losing in a debate battle to Nasheed?
Oh man, did you watch the whole debate?
How do you feel about losing that? Like,
all right, did you actually listen to the whole debate?
No. Yeah, I did.
You did.
It was bad. It was bad because the points he was making that was terrible.
Well, number one, Sneeko talked to him most of the time. Number two, all he did was call me a tether and call me names anytime I made a valid argument about the whole FBA movement.
No, he disrespected your country.
That's all he did. How's that an argument?
Yeah, but he proved his point by disrespecting your country.
So because he didn't defend it, he lost the argument? Yo, see, this is what I'm trying to say, bro.
No.
So just so that you understand, I was debating. My stance was
Myron thought he was going to win the battle, and he lost terribly.
He's American. Okay. So my stance was, are you going to let me? Because here's the thing: a lot of people didn't hear the debate, so I'm going to. So anyway, let me go ahead and aware the audience of what's going on here, and then me and you can have a discussion on this. I had the stance where you can't make any excuses if you're born in the United States and raised here as to, the things we talk about all the time. Yeah. You're born in a first world country, born in America, best country ever, with an American passport. You literally, you need to be, what the hell are you talking about white? Because Tariq was making the argument that there's white supremacy worldwide, and white supremacy
I watched the full
and
debate.
There's systemic racism,
blacks are suppressed,
and blacks are suppressed due to white supremacy and systemic racism. And then I made the argument that white supremacy and systemic racism is no longer an excuse to keep you from success in the United States. And then
he said it is an excuse because your country failed because of white supremacy,
bro.
So you proved his argument.
Bro, I'm talking about the United States. That's what I was specifically talking about. So what does me being which by the way, bro, excuse to keep you from
watched the full
and there's
debate.
systemic racism and blacks just argument that things we talk about all the time. Yeah. You're born in a first world country, born in America, best country ever, with an American passport. You literally, you need to be what the hell are you talking about white? Because Tariq was making the argument that there's white supremacy worldwide, and white supremacy.
I watched the full
and
debate.
There's systemic racism, blacks are suppressed, and blacks are suppressed due to white supremacy and systemic racism. And then I made the argument that white supremacy and systemic racism is no longer an excuse to keep you from success in the United States.
Okay, he got to prove that. Okay, so he got to prove. Okay, so your argument, Myron, was supposed to prove that systematic or systemic racism is not holding FBAs and ADOS back from getting ahead, and that got to be your argument. But then you got to deal with how we got here. And that's why I said I will cook this guy. And most folks that hold this position, I cook them because, again, you have to deny our history to hold this point. So you have to be like a denialer, right? And that's why it was so easy for Tariq just to beat him up.
And then he said it is an excuse because your country failed because of white supremacy,
bro.
So you proved his argument.
Bro, I'm talking about the United States. That's what I was specifically talking about. So what does me being which by the way, I was born in America, I hold an American passport, I have no other citizenship, by the way. I'm more American than
I
most
understand
of you
that,
guys. I've served this country.
So your parents are from Sudan.
Okay, that's cool.
I said
So,
Somalia.
do you understand? I was born here, okay? My parents came, so I even have more excuses to be a failure and a fuck up. I can say, well, I grew up poor.
So now this is what Chaotic Truth was kind of leaning to, a position like this, which I'll tackle next.
My parents didn't know English. Like, dude, I was on welfare. I have more excuses than the FBA.
Yeah, of course. There's way more opportunity.
So I have more excuses than the FBA, but I refuse. Yo, can you be quiet when I'm talking, please? So anyway, because you're the one making the accusation, correct? That I lost. Correct?
You're a Tariq fan.
Exactly. You're the one making the accusation that I lost, so therefore I'm refuting you. So therefore you must be quiet while I refute you. And then you could go ahead and give a response. Okay? So I'm talking about, my argument is, there's nothing you holding back from success in the United States. That was my stance. Okay? Then Tariq says, well, you're not really black. You're a tether. Your family came to Sudan and it's a fucked up country. And I was like, what does that have to do with the argument that there's nothing you holding back from success? If anything, me being a first generation American with my parents not knowing the language and coming here not knowing the culture, etc., I have even more excuses to be a fuck up, but I refuse to use those excuses. So you actually strengthen my argument by saying that I came from a shithole country, which is what all you FBAs do. Instead of actually attacking the argument, all you do is attack the individual.
All right, so that's what you guys do. But can you pull up over here and I will address the argument. I won't attack you directly until I'm done. So we have to see, he's not attacking you though. He said your country, just like you're attacking 43 million. So, and like, that's the hypocrisy and double standard. Like, he's not addressing him versus Tariq. Okay, so I want y'all to catch that. He's not just addressing Tariq, because it could be a Tariq versus Myron, who's more successful, who did more. Like, they can do that. But it was Myron Gaines, this Chaotic Truth, who extends it past Tariq to 43 million Black Americans. Okay, so now, then we got to do that. We got to do it too. So that means that now we got to extend it past you and go into the Sudanese people. So since y'all don't want to argue with Tariq about who's more successful, who did more in their life, and who has more, since y'all don't want to do that, you guys extend it to all FBAs, all ADOS. So it's only right for Tariq and us to say, all right, well, let's look at your people, Chaotic Truth. Let's look at your people, Myron, Fat Joe, Math Hoffa, and whoever else, Crazy Legs. That's only right. So we're not going to let you be able to talk about everybody while we only could talk about you or the topic. That's not going to happen, because your argument is based on Black Americans in total, or at least in general in America. So you're not going to limit our targets. All right. No, we're going to go there with you. That's not going to work. Good try.
Making said arguments, saying you're not really black, you're a tether, you don't understand our experience, and then you try to invalidate the person that's making the argument's stance, or excuse me, who they are, and you make ad hominem attacks to try to disqualify the argument, but the argument is very valid. There's no excuse to be a failure in the United States. Go ahead. That's the argument I made, which is a rock solid argument. You can't defeat that.
Wait, what is it?
Disqualify the arguments, saying excuses. So you actually strengthen my argument, holding back from success. If then Tariq says, well, you're not really black, you're a tether. Your family came to Sudan and it's a fucked up country. And I was like, what does that have to do with the argument that there's nothing you holding back from success? If anything.
But you see, that's what Chaotic Truth had to do. They like to compare themselves to our entire country or our entire populace. It's like, yo, now our entire populace is going to have people who are not doing well, people on drugs, people homeless, people poor. It's going to have people doing mid suburbs, middle class, and then you have some of us who are very, very successful, got some money, and then you have people who are like Robert Smith, who are just beyond, you dig, a billionaire. So why you get to pick and choose which part of FBA ADOS that you would like to compare yourself to? No, like if you think you're the best representative of your country to compare yourself to our best representative of our country and our lineage. You don't get to pick and choose. Like, you can't just say, hey, I'm doing well and I want to compare myself to, let's say, like a crackhead. Oh, then I get to compare myself to one of those pirates over there. You dig? Nah, that's not how that works. And that's why they can't win this argument.
Me being a first generation American with my parents not knowing the language and coming here not knowing the culture.
Now remember, he said don't focus on him, focus on the argument when he brought it back to himself. So it's like, dude, you just said don't focus on you, focus on the argument, but you made your argument you. You said your parents brought you over here, first generation, tether, whatever. And okay, so see, even you acknowledge that, you can't separate you from your argument. And you are part of a broader people.
Etc. I have even more excuses to be a fuck up, but I refuse to use those excuses. So you actually strengthen my argument by saying that I came from a shithole country, which is what all you FBAs do. Instead of actually attacking the argument.
Bro, you just made yourself, okay, well, we are attacking the argument. All of that is part of, like, you can't pick and choose what's off limits and what's on limits. Like, how do you do that?
All you do is attack the individual making said arguments, saying, you're not really black, you're a tether, you don't understand our experience.
Bro, you can be black all you want. We don't tell people they're not black. We don't want somebody who's non-FBA ADOS saying they're one of us. But you could claim black all day. That's good or bad. We don't care.
And then you try to invalidate the person that's making the argument's stance, who they are, and you make ad hominem attacks to try to disqualify the argument. But the argument is very valid. There's no excuse to be a failure in the United States.
Okay. So there is no excuse to be a failure. I mean, that's a wild argument. Yeah, okay. I will love for him to debate that topic with me, or Tariq, or anybody. That's the truth. Tone talks. So there is no excuses to be a failure in the United States. Are you serious? There are a plethora of legitimate excuses. Yeah, again, like, you have to just deny what's going on. Yeah, he's wild for that. So, wow. Yeah, I would love to debate that topic. He said there's none. He's being an absolutist, right? So all I got to do is name one. Debate over. Yeah, I would love to take that argument.
Go ahead. That's the argument I made, which is a rock solid argument. You can't defeat that.
That's a lie. That was an absolute argument. And most absolute arguments are easily debunkable. Because all I got to do is show one scenario where somebody was unsuccessful in America, despite how great it is and land of opportunities. All I got to do is show one. You said there's no excuses. All I got to do is show one. That's real easy.
I understand that, but in a lot of points in the argument, you lost.
Such as?
That debate,
Such as?
Tell
me what I lost.
You can.
Tell me what I lost.
Huh?
Tell me what I lost.
No, I didn't say you lost that part, but in other parts you definitely lost.
You just said that,
tell me what I lost.
You said that earlier that he lost that part, but okay.
Yeah, tell me what I lost, bro.
Yeah, when you were talking about the black people and like the poverty, you said the poverty rate went up 20% or something like that in 20 years and something like that. Yeah.
Never said that.
Yeah.
I never said that.
Better yet, why don't you explain how you won? Like, because the winner of a debate can always explain how he won, how she won. Why don't you explain how you won? Explain how there are no excuses to be a failure in America. That's wild. Like, what? That's not even like, that's fantasy. To believe that there are no excuses to be a failure anywhere in this world. Like, that's crazy. That's definitely a tethered position. 100%.
That's what you said. You said, how is black people more in poverty now than they were in the 1940s. And you said something along that line.
See, you don't even know what the argument is. What I said was that.
No, I mean, dude, whatever your argument wasn't the argument. It wasn't the argument. You just made an argument, but there was no set argument. There was no set topic. Like y'all was going in, you took the L. That's why you was begging for a rematch. Like, why does the winner beg for a rematch? You were begging for a rematch. What are you talking about?
During the time when we had the most segregation and black people were actually the most suppressed, okay, or most oppressed, all right, 1940s all the way up to the Jim Crow era, black families were actually doing better because there was a father in the household.
All right, I will cook him. Yeah, this is a fool. This is a fool. Matter of fact, I was gonna go in on this a little later. I meant today, after this, I'm probably gonna save it. Just in case. Yeah. I want him to present that argument. That we were doing better.
And I also made the argument that a big reason why FBAs fail is because there's not a father in the household, the black community in general. So that was the argument I was making, and that's an absolute fact. And then after, right, the civil rights era, etc., we actually saw the degradation of the black community because of the lack of a father.
No, because of the timeline when you guys got here. Yeah, so I make the counter argument. Now you see the degradation in FBA ADOS communities when you guys were living with us. Like, can you show us this degradation when we were by ourselves?
That's what I said, and that's all fact. So how am I wrong again?
He proved you wrong on that.
How did he prove me wrong on that?
He proved you wrong.
How did he prove me wrong? Tell me how he proved me wrong when that's a statistical fact, what I just stated.
That wasn't true.
Really?
No, it wasn't true.
It's not true.
No, it wasn't true.
It's actually true because I took that from Larry Elder. And Larry Elder has debated many FBAs just like you that cry about systemic racism, etc. So I know it's a fact.
Oh, no, I don't cry about something.
Well, he cried. My man. Oh, okay. So all we got to do is, yeah. So all I got to do is Google Larry Elder arguments. Thank you. Okay. So there'll be no gotcha points. Oh, that was crazy. Yeah. And Larry Elder is welcome over here as well. You dig? For anybody that knows his talking points are welcome over here with the Larry Elder garbage. You are welcome as well. Yeah. Dang. So Larry Elder said it, so it must be true. Oh my God.
I'm not that. So
okay. Well, you're trying to make an argument right now as if I'm wrong.
I'm just saying you lost the debate.
But you can't even show how I lost. I'm asking you to tell me how I lost.
You was waiting for the debate with Tyreek and you lost.
So hold on. Let me get this straight, nigga. You waited on the line. Let me get this straight. You waited on the line for like 30, 40 minutes to say I lost in the debate.
20 minutes.
I asked, okay, 20 minutes. Cool. Fantastic. You had time to go back, look at how I lost the debate, and you can't even come up with examples.
Lost, bro. Just accept that, bro, and just move
Tell me how I lost.
That's why you asked for another debate. There you go.
No. Tell me how I lost. And here's the other thing, too. I said, yo, you want a debate? Let's make it happen. But he's the one that got scared. He didn't want to do it.
But you already won. That's the part that's confusing the caller. Why would you need to offer him a second challenge if you won the first one? Wouldn't that be Tariq's position? Hey, all right, well, let's do a debate then. If you won, why are you offering him a debate? Yeah, that doesn't sound like a winner to us.
And if you really want to know the truth,
and you try to make a comment at the end. Oh, do you date a white girl? Because you trying to deflect, so you know you lost.
No. That's not what I said. That is once again, you don't know what I said.
Myron, I respect you, but
what did I say, bro? Because you're misquoting everything.
You gotta stick more to like the relationship dating, not like politics and all of that stuff. You know.
Okay, since you're so.
Okay, remember he said, "Why you making it personal?" His original argument was, "Why is Tariq making it personal?" Now the caller pointed out, "Hey, you want to know if Tariq dated a white girl, so now you're making it personal."
Smart ass. What did I say specifically? Tell me.
Okay, it doesn't matter. You shouldn't have made it personal. Remember, debate the argument, the topic, and don't make it personal. You just made it personal. So you again, they have a standard that's never like the overall standard. They misapplied and applied whenever they feel like it's a benefit to their position.
What did I say? You had 20 minutes to study and you don't even know what I said. What I say when I said that?
What?
I said
saying speak more to other more.
No. This argument about the white girl. No.
Debating, okay?
The argument about the white girl. What did I say specifically?
You talk about white supremacy.
Hey, I don't mind sending the link, Tonja Jones, but Jay Kwan asked a good question. The link for what? I don't want you coming on here and just talking about. Cause last time I sent the link, the guy was talking about South America. You dig? So I don't want to talk about South America. All right, so let me know what you like to talk about, and then I'll send a link. But I don't want to talk about just random stuff. Let me know what you like to talk about, and I'll send a link. I always send a link. I have no problem with that. But let me know in advance what we're talking about, so I'm not just talking about South America again.
You know, that's to stay away from that, okay?
No. What did I say about the white girl? You go continue on. You want to go ahead down this bridge?
Facts,
I'm about to fucking cook you right now. What did I say about the white girl? So you laughing now because you know.
No, you just made it add out in the comment at the end to, oh, you did a white girl?
No, that was directly tied to a debate. That was actually directly tied to an argument that I made. That's why I want you to go down this road. What did I say about the white girl?
I just remember you saying that.
Again, why are you talking about a white girl? Remember, it was supposed to be no personal attacks, just the argument. So the fact you did that, you just contradicted your position about we should just keep it on the argument and not personal. So there was no need to do that, right, Myron? Hey, Tonga, let me know what you want to talk about, and I'll send a link. I want to talk about weird stuff when I send that link, so I can hold you to a topic.
I remember everything you said, but I'm just saying, that was separate. I don't think you made a question about that then.
Wait, so did I make the question or not? Because now you're saying I didn't say it.
You did say it, but
yeah, but what was the argument about? What was the argument about when I mentioned the white girl? What was it about?
I think Tommy Sotomayor came in talking to him, and he was saying don't date, something like dating white girls and all that. I don't do the bunnies and something like that.
That's not what it was, bro. It's not what it was. And I'm actually really disappointed that you would come in here and make an accusation and not actually do your homework and know what the arguments were that were made.
The whole internet said he lost, bro.
No, they didn't, bro.
I don't need to back up my point.
Bro, the only people that actually think that he made a valid argument are the brain dead people in the FBA community that don't leave their echo chambers.
No, Myron, answer this.
You can't even answer my questions. You failed every question I've asked you.
Why did you ask for another debate then? Because you usually don't do that, Myron.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why.
Tell us.
Andrew Wilson is my fucking witness, and he actually attested to this on Twitter. Next day, I get a message from Andrew Wilson. He said, "Yo, that Tariq guy's an idiot. I want a piece of him." I said, "All right, cool. You want to debate him?" He was like, "Yeah." I was like, "All right. You know what? Let's make it a fucking 2v2." So I told Tariq. I said, "Tariq."
Wait. Come on.
Yeah, that sounded weird.
Why you gotta get help if you thought you had him that much?
Right.
Did you not listen to what I just said? Did you?
Yeah. Yo, now that sounds weird. It does. Yeah, the caller's on him. That sounded weird. You just won in a landslide debate, according to yourself, Myron. But now another guy says he's an idiot, and now he wants to debate the idiot. After you just destroyed him, he wants to destroy him next. And then you said, so if that was the case, you should have said, "Yo, Tariq, my boy Andrew Wilson want to talk to you. Why are you inviting yourself here?" And then, like the caller said, why you want a 2v2? That was weird. For a guy to win like you said you won, why would you? The other guy, your boy, wanted to debate on. Why would you include yourself in that? Your boy didn't say 2v2. He said, "I want him 1v1." So why are you including yourself on this 2v2? You don't need help. You just demolished him, according to your lies.
not listen to what I just said?
Why do you have to get Andrew Wilson?
Did you not listen to what I just said?
Why you can't do it on your own with Nico?
Okay, now you see the troll in the chat. The troll in the chat asked for the link. Jones, Tonja, some African booty scratcher name. Tonja Jones just asked for the link. I said, no problem. Tell me what we talking about first, and then I'll send the link. No problem. We haven't got a response yet.
Oh, I hate talking to these brain dead people.
Who also shouldn't be talking about that kind of stuff.
I told you that Andrew Wilson hit me up and said he wanted to do the debate. And I said, all right, cool. We'll set it up as a 2v2. Andrew Wilson hit me up the next day.
Wait, how did a 1v1 go to a 2v2? That's what the caller's trying to figure out. How did a 1v1 extend to a 2v2?
And said that this dude's an idiot. He just made ad hominem attacks the entire time. Let's debate. And I said, all right, you want to do it? Cool. Andrew Wilson's a buddy of mine. I was like, all right. So I told Tariq, let's go ahead and do a 2v2. Go ahead and invite anybody you want. Now, here's the thing that you guys don't understand. We have a way bigger platform than Tariq. Tariq hasn't been relevant in years, bro. Okay? Let's just keep it 1,000. He has like, what, 200, 300,000, 400,000 subscribers? Nobody watches him, bro. Okay? Like, he's washed. Let's just keep it 1,000. All right? The only people he appeals to is a very small demographic of people that call themselves FBAs that make fun of anyone else that isn't, tied to a slave from 300 years ago, 200 years ago. They don't consider any of us black, according to them. So
no, I mean, you are what you call yourself. We don't. Again, like this how they misrepresent us. Right now, you call yourself whatever you are, except for FBA or ADOS, and we're good.
That's who watches him, bro. That's a very small minority of people. Tariq Nasheed could go to Dubai. Nobody's gonna know who he is. He can go to the UK. Nobody's gonna know who he is.
Hold on. Where are you going? That somebody know you? Wait a minute. Okay, let's back this up. Tariq Nasheed could pretty much, as he's been doing, go where he wants. You, Myron, you can't do that. You got to have the FBI Navy SEAL team with you. You can't go where you want. Like Tariq is beloved. You're not. Like your own callers, your own fans, your own supporters will harm you if they ever seen you in real life. Like you and DJ Academics, y'all gotta a funny style livelihood. Y'all gotta be in hiding your entire existence. You and Academics gotta stay in hiding your entire existence. Tariq moves around. You don't. And you won't. Unfortunately, you rub some people the wrong way. Now they want to see you and catch that fade.
UK, go to Dubai. People know who we are, bro. We are worldwide. So he don't want to do debate? Cool. That's an L for him. He gets way more benefit. You know what he said? He said he'll do debate, but we got to pay him.
Yeah.
What the hell do I look like paying him when we have the significantly bigger platform? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So that is how this debate rematch came up. Now I want to ask you, tell me specifically, what was the debate about with the white girl?
Boys will be boys.
Bro, I'm gonna do that. You just brought that up because you know you lost.
You brought it up.
Deep down, you know you lost.
You brought it up.
Deep down, you know you lost.
You brought it up. I didn't bring it up. You brought it up. So I'm checking you now. Because here's the thing. You brought up a couple of different angles on how I lost the debate. And then when I actually articulate what I said, you have nothing to say.
Dumb will be dumb.
You do understand that making an ad hominem attack. No, because you lost, bro. You look like an idiot right now. First you said.
No, you look like.
First you said.
You asked for how you sound right now, bro? Man. You asked for another debate, and everyone on the internet also.
That's true.
Fresh, I know you're not talking, bro. You sound.
I don't know what you're saying, bro.
I don't want to hear nothing from you.
I don't know what you're saying, nigga.
Bro, everyone in the chat's laughing at you. You do realize this, right? Like everyone in the chat's laughing at you. Yo, chat, y'all want me to tell you guys how what happened when it came to this whole female thing that he's talking about?
Yeah, go ahead.
And this was actually the checkmate that made Tariq lose the debate. Actually, this was actually made him lose.
Our haters have like so low IQ is incredible.
Like, bro, dude can't. Yeah, he waited on the line for 20 minutes to come in to say I lost the debate. Then I asked him how I lose, and he can't even articulate his.
And yo, we're going to see if your platform is actually larger. Yeah, you got to show us how. We're going to compare and contrast how your platform is larger. Yeah, I don't recall you getting views like who's that? They were getting like 200,000 views per. Who's that? Candace Owens. Yeah, I think Candace Owens can make that argument and would be factual. I think she get like ridiculous views per video. If it's her I'm thinking about, I think it's Candace Owens who get like 100,000, 200,000 views per video. But Myron, I don't believe your stage is bigger than Tariq's.
Points. Be quiet for 2 seconds, bro. First he says I lost because Tariq made jokes about where I came from, and I'm like, well, that actually makes my argument stronger because my argument was you can't make excuses for not being successful in America. Checkmate. Then second, he says, what was the second one that he just made? Damn it. See, I'm fucking.
Yeah, bro, you ain't got it together, and you didn't have it together during that debate with Tariq. But where did Tongo Jones go? Tongo Jones. They pumped fake. They asked for the link. I said okay, and then they ran. I guess they thought this was not live. Gotcha, bitch.
Now he made this one about the white girl. He don't know what to say about that.
It was about
See, I see. I'm even losing a brain fart talking this.
So you don't even know.
Suppressing black.
He's like, Myron, when do you ever forget like about what you got to say? If you won so much, you will forget. You will remember every detail.
Right,
bro. You're the one that came in here with the accusations.
That's how
bro.
you know you lost.
Oh, yo, the caller just took the W, yo. Myron's supposed to recall what he said about the white woman. So the caller told you what he said. Myron disagreed, and he was supposed to give him the truth, what he actually said. He doesn't recall. So now we got to lean on what the caller said. Yo, that is crazy. Like, how you don't know what you said if you won? Yeah, that's a great point with the caller. Like, he's not speaking. He don't recall the entire debate, obviously, but he's not wrong with his rebuttals. Like, yo, if you won in an important debate like that, you beat Tariq Nasheed, you will remember how you won.
That's how you know you lost, Myron. Come on.
What?
Bro, the only people that actually think
when you do relationship debating with people and stuff like that, you remember every detail because you know you won those. But when it comes to other things, you don't.
Yeah, Tongo, we got to time you out because you don't come on here pump fake. You ask for the link, you'll get the link after you explain what you want to talk about. But you ain't going to come over here asking for the link and I want to give it to you, then you go run like a coward. You go fleeing like your lineage. So we got to time you out.
Bro, you literally came.
He went running like Dr.Umar when those Karens gathered up.
Sorry, I know what it was. Their Larry Elder argument about black people being more oppressed in the Jim Crow era.
Okay.
And doing better back then than now because of the fathers.
Yeah.
That's what the argument I made. So that's a
dumb argument.
That's bulletproof. That is literally a fact. Okay? So, bro, you came in here with faulty premises that aren't true.
Bro, come on, stop. No, don't try to flip it on me. No,
I flipped it on you because you don't know what you're talking about.
Rematch.
You came in with the tether argument, and then you came in with the whole civil rights argument, which are both bulletproof arguments. And you,
yeah, Tommy told him. Yeah, I would cook Tommy too, though. If Tommy, Nick, Fuentes, any of those guys that want to take this same approach, like I'm not just limited in just to certain people. Like they all are welcome to come on here and. You dig? Or anybody that know their arguments, you're welcome to come on here and spew their rhetoric, and let's see how well you do when you got something coming back at you.
Can't refute that. You have no excuse to be a loser in America. White supremacy,
and you're trying to ask for a second part too, bro. You lost. Come on, just
bro.
Your defeat.
He lost. Are you stupid?
Just move on. You don't want to do debate with you because you're weak. You're weak. You had weak points. You wasn't sharp. None of that. So,
bro.
He didn't want to waste his time.
No. He made himself look like an idiot and he can't debate. All he does is call me a tether. You came from Africa, sir.
No.
That's his argument.
Yeah, you did, but
and I'm like,
Sudan.
Okay, well, how does that keep you from being successful in America? Because his argument is white supremacy holds black people back. That was his argument. And then I said, not really, because you can still be successful in America.
But wait. When he said the white supremacy don't hold you back, I understand America, but
I said that.
Your country proves its point.
Okay, Myron, you don't get it? We want to know, why is Sudan a failure state? Why is it a failure country? Okay, is it a failure because you guys are just worthless and useless, and you guys ain't capable of building it up? So what? So now, Myron, that's a great question. Why is Sudan a failure country where you guys got to flee and go other places than Sudan? That is a legitimate question. Like no cap, no pun. That is a legitimate question. Why are you guys fleeing from your homeland to go to America and other places for better opportunities? Why you can't get those opportunities in Sudan, brother? Okay, you're saying there's no excuses to be a failure in America. Well, bro, I'm making the same argument. There's no excuses to be a failure in Sudan. So why are you guys leaving Sudan? What's so not popping with your homeland? And I need to know why. What's the root cause? Because if there's no colonizer, no outside influence, then you guys are just inherently losers. So you got to make some sense. So now we do got to talk about how you end up over here and why you came over here and what's not popping in your homeland, because we really don't know. So we got questions like, yo, why you couldn't do what you're doing over here in Sudan? That's a legitimate question.
Bro, I told you already. I was arguing from the United States perspective. I wasn't talking about...
No. You make his point more valid by your country proving that.
You're so retarded, bro.
Come on, bro.
Okay, you know what? Since you're so smart, explain to me how white supremacy caused political... what's your argument? What are you saying specifically about Sudan and white supremacy? Tell me.
He's only drunk Chris.
Articulate your argument.
Now, I do appreciate Myron for not kicking him off. I do appreciate Myron for keeping him on long. But see, Myron don't do what we do. We keep people on the panel to cook them. Like, Myron's not cooking him. He's getting frustrated. He's struggling, can't recall things. He's not cooking. But in his mind, he thinks, I got this guy on the line long because I'm cooking him in front of everybody to show everybody how smart I am. Myron does not sound smart at all right now. The guy who's supposed to have this high IQ that he claims, he don't sound smart at all right now.
For me.
You had to flee your country to come here because of white supremacy.
Okay, tell me how white supremacy made me flee. No, tell me. Tell me. Since you're so...
Decent. Since you want to volunteer, right? So the hot seat is now on you. So Decent, okay? You guys want to peek your head in here? I'm not holding back on nobody. Decent. What is the same reason? Give us the same reason, or we got to time you out for 600 seconds. So since you want to come in here and speak on behalf of Myron, okay, he's a grown man. He got supporters. Hey, yo, so Decent, we're going to ask you now. So what are the same reasons that Myron came with, or what is the same reason that Myron has to come over here? Okay, so what time is it? Okay, so it's 4:27. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, my boy. So 4:29. So give us the same reasons that Myron has, I guess, like other folks to come over here. 2 minutes, bro.
This argument.
Like, this is really a joke.
No. Tell me how white supremacy made me flee Sudan. Tell me. Tell me how white supremacy made my family flee Sudan.
Wait a minute. I don't care. I want to know, why did you leave? We want to know why you left and what's going on in Sudan and why is that happening in Sudan? Because now we got it. Because if it wasn't for listen, the fact that somebody's saying white supremacy, they're giving you an excuse. This works worse if you're debating me. Because now, so there's no excuse why you guys are failing? So you guys just can't get it together. So what's the future resolution to get your country popping where it can be like a first world close, or it's just going to be just messed up forever? We try to give, well, not we, but the caller's trying to give you an excuse of why your country not popping. He's trying to blame it on white supremacy. You're saying it ain't white supremacy. So then it's because the Sudanese people just can't get it right? Like, yeah, so now it falls back on you now, you and your people, which is worse. If somebody is influencing you not to get it popping, we can understand and can relate. But if you're taking the ownership of why you're not popping, we need to know, okay, then you're a bunch of failures with no outside influence. That's not good.
I'm gonna cry laughing, bro. No lie.
Tell me. Since white supremacy is such a global problem, like you would reclaim.
There's plenty of reasons why.
Okay. So descent says colonization. I'm still on you though. Okay, brother, when did Sudan get its independence? Because you said these countries are not being colonized today, my boy. Okay, because we said slavery, and Myron saying, well, or Jim Crow, and Myron saying, well, Jim Crow's not existing today. Why are you guys failing? Like, why FBA? I don't know what percentage, but he's saying, why is FBA struggling? Whatever. No problem. Fair question. So descent. I'm gonna give the question back to you about Sudan. Okay, so they're not being colonized today. The colonization been stopped. Okay, so why are they not get? So according to Myron, when Jim Crow, when white supremacy, systemic racism, when colonizing, when the colonialism leaves, when it leaves, you're supposed to be doing good. You're supposed to be doing better than that system that was keeping you down and oppressed. So now, descent, why, okay, since they've been free and the colonizers left, why the Sudanese people are still leaving, and why is the country still doing bad? Bro, listen, miss me with that, because we're still paying for what happened to us. Now, listen, bro, I don't want no generic stuff. I'm asking you, because you're speaking on behalf, you're representing Myron's position. So I want to know, the colonizers left, because to me, that's an excuse they're doing. They're still paying for their stock, bro. They're not paying for shit. They're not paying. But I need you to explain, since they got their independence. I mean, what do you mean? Like, what debt are they paying? And you know he ain't gonna call up. What debt are they paying? How much is the debt? And why aren't they producing and exporting things to get that debt paid off? So again, how long is the debt? What's the foreseeable future? When do they think the debt? Now you're lying about that, but let's go with the lie. How far off are they from paying the debt in total where they're debt free? Because this can't be a permanent excuse. Remember, Myron's whole position is excuses. So you just gave an excuse. So that wasn't, you're not defending Myron's argument too well, because he's saying no excuses and you're giving excuses about this mysterious debt that they got to pay that they just ain't never going to pay back. Nah, but you stuck your head in there. Like, we're talking about Myron, not you. And I'm looking at the chat. I'm trying to see if Tongo Jones is going to ask for the link. And I see you commenting on behalf of Myron. Because I asked a question, like a rhetorical question, pointing at Myron and his supporters. Like, hey, man, we want to know, why are you over here? Why ain't your country popping? Because Myron is kind of saying it ain't white supremacy. He's asking the caller to prove his white supremacy. So my thing is, obviously, well, if it ain't white supremacy, then it's you guys. So how come you guys are failing? You peeked your head in and decided to volunteer an answer. So now I'm going to hold you to a Myron supporter. Like, all right, we'll answer these other questions I got here. So I'm like rhetorically asking these questions. But if somebody want to voluntarily try, I'm okay with that.
Okay, then tell me. Tell me.
For more opportunities, a lot. It's a lot.
No, but how does white supremacy?
I don't know your family situation.
How do white supremacy?
How
do white supremacy make my family flee Sudan? That's your stance.
Bro. Like, come on.
I don't know what is come on.
Come on.
Tell me.
Come on, bro. Come on, boys.
I wish I knew this dude. I say call me in three-way, and I'd be like, yo, so why did you leave Sudan? if it's not white supremacy, what is the real reason? And then he would have to admit that his country is according to Myron words and his logic, his country would have to be full of bunch of failures. Because who wants to leave their country if it's successful? You want to experience the fruit of your labor. Who wants to leave a successful country to go live somewhere else where you're like second fiddle? So if white supremacy isn't the root cause of why your country's doing bad and why you came over here, then what's the reason you came over here? Descent said the same reason from other countries. What reason is that? That he came up with some reason that's not even like factual. Just, hey, man, they're paying a debt. Like, bro, stop. So we want to know from Myron and his supporters, or anybody that want to take his argument, why did you leave, you and other Sudanese people, why did you leave and go to different places in America and in the world and not stay in Sudan if it wasn't white supremacy? And why leave? Just stay in Sudan and help build it up and enjoy the fruits of your labor. That's what we want to know. If it ain't white supremacy, then it's you. It's you guys.
You boys, come on, bro.
Come on, bro.
Yo, chat's cooking you right now, bro. And you don't even want me to go on the final point here about this white girl thread that you try to go down, because literally that is what actually ended Tariq. Why the conversation ended was this white girl angle that you're trying to go down. I find it hilarious that the 3 points that you think Tariq won on, he actually lost on. No. Tell me how white supremacy made me leave Sudan. Tell me, bro. How did white supremacy make my family leave Sudan? Go ahead.
I don't got to answer no questions. You lost. Come on.
How'd I lose? You can't even tell me the argument that made me lose if I lost. You were there listening, right?
You asking for a rematch in a part 2?
Oh, because my boy wanted to debate him. And I said,
again, like, I appreciate Myron for keeping him on. I appreciate that. And man, I'm jealous now. Like, damn, I ain't know Myron was taking calls like that. Shit, let me call in. If Myron doing it like that, let me call in. But my luck, if I call him, he gonna want me off, or he might not be into like doing the same thing. But damn, man, can I get lucky and get this? Let Myron, because Myron like really trying to prove himself to this caller. Like, nah, I'm liking this.
We'll do it again.
By default, it means you lost.
Okay. So are you going to tell me how white supremacy existed in Sudan to make my family flee?
Come on, you lost. All right.
Tell me, bro.
The phone line is
Tell me.
You lost.
Okay, exactly.
All right, so let me read Decent. He said, it's all white supremacy. The effects are still profound enough to keep a whole continent from progressing at any speed to show any significance we can see. Okay, so now let me ask you this, Decent. So it's all white supremacy. Does that white supremacy extend over here in America? So according to what you said, so then you would disagree with Myron when he says that there is no excuses for Black Americans to be failures, or that's his strong words. So Myron's strong words is that there's no excuse in America for Black Americans to be unsuccessful. So do you believe there are excuses like white supremacy or systemic racism, or do you believe there are no excuses for, because you just said white supremacy, so that's an excuse. So does white supremacy, see, I know I'm saying a lot of stuff, but you kind of get it. So because you're saying white supremacy, right? But and I'm trying to understand, does the white supremacy stop before it gets to America, or is that white supremacy extends all the way to America? Because if that you're saying that, then by default you're disagreeing with Myron. Because Myron said there are no excuses. White supremacy seems to be an excuse to me.
You don't got nothing.
Don't do no more debate.
You don't got nothing.
Outside of relationships.
You don't got nothing, bro. You are literally a brain dead, stupid fucking retard. That's what you are. You stupid fuck. You're an idiot.
I'm way smarter than you, dumbass.
Really?
Shut the fuck up.
You
Go
can't even
back to
tell me
your
how white
country,
supremacy made my family leave Sudan, and that's what your argument is contingent on. Tell me.
Go back to your country,
See,
bro.
look. Okay, so maybe I need to do that. I got to call in. I don't know what type of. I guess the girl's not around, but whatever just happened here. Whatever just happened here. Myron allowed this guy to talk long, so I don't watch his content. So I'm guessing there's a segment where they talk about other stuff, random stuff. Because I would love to call and say, hey, man, I agree with your caller, bro, that you lost that debate with Tariq, and let him do this over.
Look, that's what they do.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They got no arguments.
Yeah.
Go back to your country. That's your argument? That's your rebuttal?
Yeah, go back to working on the borders too. That's where you belong.
Okay, if I'm working on the border, which country am I working for? Which country am I serving? The United States of fucking America, right?
I know, but you're not from here, so go back to your country.
Where are you from, bro? Where are you from? What are you?
What?
What are you?
I'm gonna tell you. You're from South Sudan, so why are you over here?
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you nothing.
Yo, if you're a real G, since you know who I am, drop your Instagram right now, bro.
Yeah.
You're such a tough guy, bro. Drop your Instagram, bro.
If you're a real FBA.
Yeah, you're a real FBA, man.
Instagram?
Yeah, drop your Instagram, bro.
No, it's all serious stuff. I don't want questions fit under my comments. Like, I'm known.
Yo, you get scared now. You get scared now.
I'm not a random.
Drop your shit, bro. Drop your shit. You're such a fucking smart guy, and there's white supremacy, control Sudan, and all this other stuff. Drop your fucking Instagram, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, you sound like Chris when he's drunk.
Come on, man.
That's ha. That's funny.
You ain't gonna drop it?
No. I gotta break future. Hey, I don't want people under my comments and all that shit. So you feel me?
Nigga.
I don't want, I'm like confident.
Yo, you don't got time. Nigga, you had 20 minutes to sit on the line so you could talk shit, but now you don't got time.
Bro, the only I got time, nigga. That's it.
Yeah.
Now remember, it was nothing. Myron is kind of all over the place because at first he was against personal attacks ad hominems and he was focused on arguments. Now I know the guy threw shots, but just because somebody lowered their standards doesn't mean you gotta lower yours.
Oh,
yo, that's it, bro. Yo,
what happened? Damn, you okay? What happened to the they go low, we go high?
All right, bro.
Yo,
let's call her, bro.
No, hold on. You know what? I kind of want to chat. Do y'all want me to cook him on this last argument that he tried to bring up? Because we cooked him on the civil.
Hey, yo, he don't even see. Look, he think he sounded smart. Hey, chat, you want me to cook him? Hey, yo, but I appreciate that though. I'm not mad at Myron. I actually appreciate the fact he don't just kick you off when he thinks you're dumb or whatever, or you can't prove your argument. I like the fact that he thinks he's cooking, and he allows the guy to stay on so long. I like that. I like that. I like that better than somebody kicking you off because they think the same thing Myron thinks. Yeah, so I like that style that Myron's doing. I like that. Okay, so let's see. Okay, all right. So anyway, that's good.
Rights numbers, and we cooked them on the tethers. Nigga, you don't even want to drop your Instagram. Just shut up right now.
And before I log off, we're gonna look to see if Myron numbers are actually better than. We're gonna see if Myron has a. So Myron will only have a larger platform than Tariq by subscriptions, but he does not have a longer platform as far as views. That's more embarrassing because he just said Tariq got 200,000 subscribers, and Myron has 5 to 6 times. He got 6 times. Shit, he got 7 times the subscribers that Tariq Nasheed got. But why they got similar numbers? Like that's the embarrassing part, bro. You have all these shelf subscribers. I call them shelf subscribers. You got shelf companies. You got shelf subscribers. You got all these people who are quote unquote subscribed to you, but it doesn't reflect in your viewership. So you got 7 times. Actually, shit, you got damn near 8 times the subscriptions that subscribers. You got 8 times the subscribers Tariq Nasheed got, but per video, y'all do the same. Yeah, so like that. So yeah, your platform as large as subscriptions, but it's the same as far as who shows up to watch it. So you got this 1.6 million, he got 200,000. Y'all shouldn't be close at all. That's bad. That's like a company. Like imagine I got a company and you got a company and we do the same thing. Well, let's say we build homes. Your company got all of like 8 times the man, right? Work the manpower. Your company got 8 times the manpower my company got. But why? And we got the same contracts. Why? We got the same access to the public. Why is my country doing just as good? I mean, it's not country. Why is my company doing the same numbers as yours when you got 8 times the manpower?
Just shut up.
Come on, bro. I will drop it.
Okay. You be my yes. Drop it. Drop it, tough guy. What is it?
How many people in the chat?
500. Don't worry. Nobody's in here. Just drop it, bro.
Deflected and talking about your family fought and.
So this was a good interview right here. This was a good right here. A white guy was questioning my reparations. So let me do it like a little commercial. But this is kind of dope if you didn't catch this. Where I could get it in the chat, talk, whatever. And let me handle something real fast. I'll be right back with you.
Well, I don't have a letter Q in my name and I'm not drunk. So I'm sober as a judge.
Good.
How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. Chris, Dave.
So, yeah, where I'm calling from.
On your mind?
I just wanted to talk to you about reparations. I wanted to understand the standpoint you're coming from. I'm glad to listen, and then wanted to have a little bit of a debate on this, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yes. So reparations should be in the form of cash payments. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at reparations in the form of cash payments for foundational Black Americans, based on us having to be forced to build this country without being compensated, and the debt has been passed down, and the maldistributed resources from the wealth generated from my people building this country has been maldistributed and locked into the dominant society. So what do you disagree with about reparations?
So I'm going to ask some questions, and then I'll get your answers, and then we'll go from there. How about that?
Well, it's a dialogue, so we have to have a dialogue. So I wanted to know what issues that you had. I just explained what reparations means to me, and I would like to know what issues you have with what I just said.
I wouldn't characterize it as an issue. I would say that I don't agree with reparations.
Why not?
But
why not?
Well, I think you got to look at everything by case basis, right? So you got to look at what somebody has contributed, right? I don't disagree that where you're coming from in terms of contribution to the U.S., but I think you also got to look at the history of families as well. So if you look at my family, they began fighting in the Revolutionary War. They fought on the Union side in the Civil War. So there were a lot of contributions my family made towards freedom. I don't disagree with you that we have a bad history in our country of slavery. So I'm not coming from the standpoint that, we didn't wrong Black people in this country, but I just don't agree with the concept of reparations.
But you haven't really given a reason why. You just deflected and talking about your family fought in some war and something. What does any of that have to do with what's owed? There's a debt that's owed. When you aggrieve a group of people, the government that did it will compensate them. This is that way all across the board. The Japanese were compensated. Jewish people were compensated. We didn't even do anything to Jewish people, by the way. We still give them compensation. The red native tribes were compensated. Why is it okay for these people to be compensated, but not foundational Black Americans?
I think you raise a good point when you talk about the Japanese internment during World War II. They were compensated. I think it was very minimal, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they were compensated. Yeah, they were in aggrieved in a very minimal manner. It's only a few years, but they were still compensated for it. Yeah. So
yeah, I think it was like $1,000 a person, something like that.
20,000.
Believe me, I'm not saying that's right. I mean, I think what was done to Japanese Americans was terrible.
No, it was around 20,000, by the way. I think it was around 20,000 per person. But go ahead.
Okay, yeah, you can correct me if I was wrong. No problem. I think slavery is a horrible thing that we had in our country. I think it's something that we definitely need to unite together and work together. I think we can agree to disagree on the concept. I know a lot of people in here might not agree with me, but I just think we need to move forward as a country, and I don't think reparations is the cure for that.
Yeah, well, you weren't aggrieved, so yeah, you can move on because you came from the side of the people who benefited from that labor. So you weren't aggrieved. You weren't harmed by the legacy of slavery. And you're not still haunted by that. We're still haunted and harmed by the legacy of it. We were never compensated. And we'll move on when we get paid, when we get our compensation. When you owe something, you just can't say, yeah, you know what? Let's just move on. If you get some furniture, rent to own furniture, and you've had it for 20 years, and the people say, hey, you owe on this furniture. Well, it was just so long ago, but you're still enjoying the furniture. You're sitting on it, sleeping on it, laying on it. You've enjoyed the full fruit and the comfort of that furniture. You just can't say you don't want to pay it because you've had it for a long time. It doesn't work like that. So we have to be compensated because that's the just thing to do. And we were aggrieved by the United States government. So it's the US government that owes us. Does that make any sense?
I get where you're coming from, but if I have a family that didn't own slaves, I have a family that's from the north
No,
that never owned
no,
slaves.
no, 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 no,
How
no,
does that how
no.
does that affect my status in terms of paying reparations? That's my question for you, sir.
Oh, okay, sir. I didn't put anybody in no damn internment camps in World War II. I had nothing to do. My family, I didn't put Japanese people in internment camps. Yet in 1988, when I was paying taxes as a teenager, I was still paying taxes. My tax dollars went to compensate Japanese families. Why is that?
My tax dollars went to compensate Japanese Americans too. So how's that any different from me?
Right. So it was the US government, and we are a part of that US government. And the US government used our tax dollars to compensate the people that the US government aggrieved. Same thing with slavery reparations. The US government had us enslaved. We couldn't get out of slavery because of the US government. They even sent military troops from the army to go down to Florida to fight black people. That was called the Seminole War, but it was really a black war. The Fugitive Slave Act was enacted by the federal government that stopped us from getting our freedom. We tried to go to a free state. They would use that federal law from the US government to come get us and put us back in slavery. So we couldn't get out of slavery because of the US government. So that government, which people have come over and became a part of to enjoy the benefits that this US government has divvied out based on the labor that we provided for free, everybody became a beneficiary of that aggrievement. So that means everybody here is on the hook. If you're a US citizen, you're on the hook of it. So it's not about you personally owning a slave. That ain't it. The US government owes. Does that make sense, sir?
Yeah, I guess I mean my distinguishment would be between the southern states and the northern states. This is kind of what I'm getting at is that I think I think you would have a more valid case if you were going against southern states that had slavery than northern states. I think you know where I'm coming from here.
Don't, sir, because we don't live in a divided nation that's the North and the South are separate. They're all together. The northern states are a part of the U.S. government. The southern states are part of the U.S. government. So they owe. In fact, slavery, it was really started in the North. The northern states had slavery, and also they benefited from slavery. The industries that they had in the North, they had the factories that were built off slave labor and the resources. They were using those factories to refine the raw materials that was being shipped up from the South. So it was a whole operation that was working with each other. Everything dependent on our foundational Black American free labor. We were the foundation of all of that stuff. So yeah, the North, the South, East, West, everybody owes, meaning the US government, right?
So you would agree that we were a divided nation when we had a civil war from 1861 to 1865, correct?
Trying to divide because there was a thing. They were trying to divide. They didn't divide. They were trying to because the South, they said they felt the North was being hypocritical. The North was double dipping. The North, remember, slavery basically, it started in the North. Some of those Quakers were damn slave owners. They tried to make it seem like the Quakers were these progressive people. No, you had Quakers like William Penn, who Pennsylvania was named after. He was a slave owner. You had, a lot of them in the North. And you still have plantations up there now in New York. I think Long Island, they have a plantation called Sylvester Manor up there. But the North was double dipping. The North, some of the northern states started to slowly abolish slavery because they had, they started to get factories and they became a little more industrialized. So they said, you know what, we're going to start an abolitionist movement and we're going to make money by having people send us money so we can talk about how slaves need to not be mistreated. And some of the northern whites were saying, hey, look at how those blacks are treated down south. Send me money so I can help them. So that became a hustle within itself. And the South was like, you goddamn hypocrite. How dare you sit here shading us about slavery when you sold this Negro to me? So that's where it was like a little family spat that they had. And then the South said, you know what? We don't really need you guys because we can do trade overseas. We don't have to send all of our raw materials to you guys. We can really get our own nation going. We can get something called the Confederacy going and y'all can kick rocks. And the Union said, the North said, no, we can't do that because, it mess the whole nation up. You mess up the whole finesse we got going on. And that's what the Civil War was about. It wasn't about freeing us. The freeing us thing came later. It was about keeping the Union together so that the South wouldn't start doing overseas trade and become too powerful. So we just got to understand history. But they owe. The North, South, they all owe. At the end of the day, they owe. Right?
So let's look at it like this. The South did secede from the Union. Now, that's a historical fact. Are you disputing that?
Did they?
They did. I mean, look at the history. That's exactly what happened. You had a capital of the Confederacy in Richmond, Virginia. You had the South secede from the Union, and we fought a 4-year war over it. And a major part of that war was slavery. The Union did not want slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation was signed at the end of the Civil War, but the Union was against the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln was against the Civil War. He did not want to fight that war, but he was also against slavery. You had abolitionists at the time, so there wasn't everyone united in slavery. I do agree there was a large chunk of the United States that did believe in slavery, but I can't believe that every northern state believed in slavery. There were several abolitionists and several people speaking against slavery and that did not have slaves.
Yeah, they spoke against slavery so they could make money off of it. That became a finesse. They were doing the Sally Struthers hustle. Remember, slavery was in the North. Slavery was alive and well in the North. Like I said earlier, they became a little more industrialized, so they didn't have to rely on the slave labor as much because they had mechanisms in order to do some of the factory work and things of that nature. But the Civil War was not about ending slavery. The ending of slavery thing came later because the North was, let me be very clear, the North was kicking the shit out of the South. Well, not really. No. The South was kicking the shit out of the North. Let me say that. The South was actually winning the Civil War. You understand? So they were about to form their own nation. They didn't fully form their own nation. They were setting it up to form their own nation. That's what the war was about. They wanted to set up a Confederate nation. It wasn't set up yet.
I'll disagree on that point because the North had the railroads and they had access to food and moving supplies that the South did not have. The South didn't have the organization and the ability to move freight lines. You also had, the burning down of cities in Atlanta and throughout the South that messed up their, freight lines for food, supplies, all those things. So I would say maybe in the first year or so, maybe year and a half, the South was winning that war, but it quickly shifted to the Union.
Why? Okay, why did it shift to the Union?
Again, I think the railroads and supply lines were a major part of it. And I think that also, if you look at the war, Lincoln changed his command with his generals. He went to Ulysses S. Grant, who later became president of the United States, and he was a major part in the war. He went away from McClellan. McClellan was one of his generals that was not effective on the battlefield, and that was a key turning point in the Civil War.
So the key turning point was they started to let black freedmen fight. That was the turning point. The North was getting their asses whooped by the South, and they said, "Hey, look, some of you blacks, if you fight, we'll give freedom to black folks." That was the carrot that they dangled because they were losing. And they said, "Hey, we need some of these black folks to fight." And when black folks started to join in, that's when the North started to win. We started to whoop the brakes off of them Southern white supremacists. When they said, "We'll give you freedom," some of us was like, "Hey, say less." And they started to get free blacks. And Abraham Lincoln even said, if it were not for the black freedmen who helped us with this war, we would not have won. He even acknowledged that. So that's where the turning point was. So it wasn't initially about ending slavery at all. And what's interesting, after the Civil War, when we were supposed to get 40 acres and the mule, it was the northern whites who were against us getting that. They were the ones who fought against that. Why don't you Google that? They were the ones who were like, hey, wait a minute. And after the Civil War, it was the northern whites who didn't really want us moving up to the south. I mean, up to the north. They didn't want us moving up there. All of that, we're so liberal, we're abolitionists. No, they had racial laws up there too in the north. They didn't let us live up there like that. It wasn't all hunky-dory like that. So yeah, the North don't get a pass like that. In fact, many of the sundown towns, meaning towns where black people can't go after 6 o'clock, are in the North. Even today, there's a great book by James Lowen called Sundown Towns. The South gets a very bad rap. Go ahead.
So one thing you won't ever see me do is diminish the contribution of Black Americans that fought in the Civil War, because that was a major part of the war. I do disagree with the notion that it was the turning point of the war. I wouldn't call it the turning point of the war. I think it was the command of the Union Army, and like I said, the supply lines was a major factor in that. We can agree to disagree on that. The other thing I will not do is minimize contributions of Black Americans in World War I or World War II. You had the Tuskegee Airmen. There's a long history of Black Americans fighting in our wars, so I won't ever take away from that. What I will disagree with is that it was the turning point in the war. So that's where we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, well, but history is history and facts are facts. Black people, and look, a lot of our contributions are always minimized, but we got to just be very real. We were the turning point in that war. The supply lines and the communication lines, many of that was coming from people like Harriet Tubman, who was very instrumental in the Civil War, and she had connections to the black people who were living in the Great Dismal Swamp. That was a place where white people couldn't even go. And that was a communications hub. A lot of information was going from the north to the south without it being intercepted, because you had a sanctuary area in the Great Dismal Swamp where runaway slaves would find refuge and white people couldn't go in there. So information could safely get passed from the north to the south. And that was the real Underground Railroad. So that was very instrumental in the North winning the Civil War, because they were able to send communication through the Foundation of Black Americans in a way that would not be intercepted. And that was pivotal in winning that war. So we just got to give credit where credit is due. But with all of that being said, that doesn't negate the fact that the United States government still owes reparations. We can talk in circles about that, but they still owe, right?
I disagree. And I do agree with you on Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad. I think the intelligence piece of it was a key piece of the war. I definitely think that was something that contributed to the Union winning the war. So I'm not going to disagree with you
Right.
on that.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think it was the major pivotal turning factor in the war. I think it was much deeper than that with command, and I think supply lines. They had advantage with the railroads in terms of the supplies, not just military supplies, but food and everything. But you bring up some good points. I just don't completely agree with what you're saying, but you do bring up some valid points.
Now, when we talk about reparations, because basically, nobody really has a valid argument. It all boils down to, I'm white and I say so. There's no real valid argument to not give us reparations other than we just don't want the blacks to have it just because. Literally, that's the only logical reason. If you're going to give reparations to anybody, the most logical group of people to give it to are the people who were the most aggrieved. Nobody has been aggrieved more than us, yet everybody else gets a form of compensation. So this whole notion that we're not supposed to get something just because, that's just not acceptable anymore, sir. And you wouldn't accept that. You understand? If you were being aggrieved as a white male and you guys, they told y'all to wear masks 4 years ago, and y'all start running up in the Capitol building, sir. So yeah, y'all don't take any type of aggrievement in any shape, form, or fashion, and we're not taking that. And we're saying enough is enough. We need to get that compensation so that we can be repaired, and then we can move on. Wouldn't that be the right thing to do? Just to repair something and compensate and do the right thing so that we can move on to the next step of what we need to move on to, right?
So I fundamentally disagree with you painting all white Americans with a broad brush and saying that we were all running up in the Capitol. I wasn't running up in the Capitol. I've lived in this area my whole life. I can disagree with the government, and that doesn't mean I'm running up in the Capitol, so that's not correct. So I don't see it that way. I don't think there's a case for reparations for anyone, really. I think we all need to unite as a country and work together, and I don't think reparations is going to solve that.
Yeah, but reparations are given to other people, and nobody's really fighting against it. So if you're not fighting against that, don't fight against ours, right?
I mean, I didn't have a decision in reparations to Japanese Americans and the other examples you brought up. But if that had been the case, then I wouldn't have agreed with reparations either. There's things that the country has done. I think slavery is the worst part of our history in the United States. I will not disagree with that at all. I think it's absolutely the worst thing that we have, but I don't see how reparations is a solution to slavery from hundreds of years ago. I do think it is unfair. I do think it's fundamentally creating inequality in the system. I think that the bigger case I would say to discuss is if you look at the prison system, when you have 1 in 4 black males that are in prison, I think that's where the real injustice is. I think our criminal justice system is a much deeper issue, much more pressing issue than the case for reparations.
Well, the great thing about foundational Black Americans, we can think for ourselves, and we're not going to allow people to tell us what we should focus on. We're going to focus on reparations first, then we'll get to the prison stuff later. We got to focus on this reparations thing because of slavery. We've been kind of kicking the can down the road, and people telling us, well, we should focus on something else. Let's focus on immigrants. Let's focus on environmental issues. So that's the problem. So no, we're going to go ahead and focus on what's owed to us, compensatory justice in the form of cash payments for reparations. And we're not really letting up off that square. And sometimes you don't want to pay a debt. Nobody wants to pay bills, but hell, if a bill is due, a bill is due. And this bill is long overdue, Mr. Chris, right?
No, I don't agree with you on that, and I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. I just wanted to know like your points, where you're coming from with that. I don't think I'm alone on that. I don't think there's a lot of people that wouldn't agree with that, and I don't think it's just a race thing. I think there are people that aren't white that wouldn't agree with that as well. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, you have a lot of immigrants who might not agree because they want to get in on it, and if we can't let them in on it, they don't want it. But doing the right thing is doing the right thing, and that's the right thing. There's the debt that's owed. That debt has to be paid, and it's long overdue. We're still being aggrieved from the legacy of that. We have not been repaired, and that's going to be the first step. And everything else is a deflection from that, and that just keeps digging the knife in deeper. So we're going to have to stop digging that knife in and start putting a remedy on the wound. And the first step is compensatory justice in the form of reparation. So it's going to happen. Now, I don't like paying bills either, but it happens. I don't want my money going to the Ukraine, but it happens. Yeah. So that's what it is. So
Yeah, we agree on the Ukraine. I didn't like my money going to the Ukraine either. Let me ask you this. So what is your proposal for reparations? I'm curious to hear what it is. Thank you.
because you're going to agree with it anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't have to discuss the logistics with you because whatever it is, you don't agree with it. But when the reparations come, it's going to come. We're going to get the reparations. I can take you and your buddies. I'll use some of my reparations money, and I will take you guys to go get some Rice Krispie treats and some avocado wraps or whatever you like out there in Virginia. So I'll treat you guys to a nice meal. So that's how we can get together. We can get together and we can use some of our reparation money for some of our non-Black brethren to celebrate and really come together as a community. Wouldn't that be cool?
While I admire your sense of humor, and you do make me laugh, I don't eat avocado wraps and Rice Krispie treats. In fact, I'm probably more like you. I would sit down and probably eat more food, that's something you would like, rather than avocado wraps and Rice Krispie treats.
Sir,
I think that.
I don't like putting
So
stereotypes on people. I've not met a white person who didn't like avocado wraps. What
it's not me, man. I'm gonna tell you, I grew up just outside DC. I've never eaten an avocado
what
wrap in
kind
my
of white
life.
man are you?
I'm just being honest with you, man. Like,
You're not a real white. Are you Greek? Where are you from? Where's your family?
no, I'm not Greek. My background is English, Irish, Scottish, and German.
Okay, so
So
okay,
European.
you eat some potato skins. I take you down to Fridays and get you and your buddy some potato skins. I know you.
I don't even eat
I don't
potatoes, man.
believe
I'm a
that.
sweet.
I don't.
I promise, my man. I'm a sweet potato guy. I don't eat potatoes.
Do you date sisters? You got a sister over there you've been dating, bro?
No, I don't. I don't date sisters, but I grew up in an environment, man, that was multicultural. I was actually a minority on my football team in high school.
Yeah.
I've been around people my whole life from different backgrounds, different cultures. Like I said, I think we're more alike than different. I think there's a lot of common ground here.
Mm-hmm. And
We may disagree on reparations, but there's a lot I can relate to you on.
the common ground is going to be giving me my money. That's the common ground we're going to be on. And
I'm asking you, what is your proposal for reparations? I'd like to at least hear you out
don't
and hear
it
what.
don't matter because that's a stall. That's kind of a time wasting tactic. So yeah, I will discuss that when we start getting the Freedmen's Bureau and the people who got a pen in their hand and the check in front of me. Then I will lay that out to them. But yeah, right now I don't really get into time wasting rhetoric right now. But thank you for the call. Thank you. All right, family. Let me break some stuff down. Let me break some stuff down for the family. Okay, you got to watch that now. Let me break some stuff down. See, these are learning lessons. Notice these people who are against us getting reparations. You know they're against it. They always want to know all of the intricate details. All right, you notice that they're already against it, yet they want to know all the details of it. Well, number one, what they do, they feign confusion as a deflecting tactic. See, they act like they don't know how it's going to work. They don't, oh, they, what are the logistics? Who's going to get it? They just keep asking redundant questions. Well, we can agree to disagree. Who's going to qualify? Where's the money going to come from? Even though we want the same logistics sorted out like other groups. We want the same way other groups got it. That's what we want to do. And see, by them doing all of these time wasting tactics, see, they're trying to force us to play defense. See, by constantly questioning the details of reparations, they keep shifting the burden of proof onto foundational Black Americans, just making us explain something that's already been heavily researched. Instead of them addressing the injustice itself, we are forced to constantly have to prove, we got to just keep proving why reparations are justified. You know what I'm saying? We just have to just over and over keep having to prove why this thing is justified. So we got to watch these tactics. And they try to hide their real opposition behind fake objectivity. They try to pretend to somewhat be neutral by asking questions while subtly undermining the idea. They try to posture themselves as rational skeptics. The guys that he has already admitted that he's against reparations. You dig? So no policy I say he's going to agree with, no matter how logical it is. And I've already explained things in a logical way. I just don't agree. We can agree to disagree. It's I'm white and I say so. It goes back to I'm white and I say so. And another thing, they'll try to use time wasting tactics by using bureaucratic complexities as an excuse. They'll try to drown the conversation in legalese and technicalities to make reparations seem like it's just way too complex. You see, when people do that, white supremacists and tethers do that. They love to try to make it way more complex than what it is. Well, no, they first of all did in the Civil War. My uncle fought for the Union and they were fighting and the country wasn't together then, dude. And then they were separate nations and then the North was doing this and then it's not that. They were all part of the same nation. They all benefited from slavery. They all owe. It's that simple. And what they do, I want y'all to understand this constant just digging for information and just keep questioning us. What they're doing also, they're trying to test for weakness and division. By getting into all of these logistical debates, they're really trying to gauge how much we know and how thorough we are with our research. You see, they're really trying to do a gauge on us. They're really trying to see how solid our arguments are so they can find a way to undermine the argument. But they don't see any holes in our argument. So they're just going to fall back on, well, I just don't want it to happen. Yeah. So what they do, they like to just flood the zone too with a whole bunch of hypothetical questions and scenarios so that no answer is really taken seriously. Everything is a hypothetical and they just flood the zone with just what if scenarios. Okay, what if you get reparations, is that going to make racism go away? Okay, let's see. Now the deficit is 22 trillion. If you want 15 trillion, we're going to go into a recession and then we're going to lose the food. It's time wasting tactics, man. We got to watch these guys. And also what they do by getting into these time wasting tactics, they hope that we're going to get frustrated and just give up. See, the thing is their goal is to really exhaust us into silence. Just keep babbling, because this guy, he's still trying to get back in here. He's still trying to get back in. He's just going to babble indefinitely. We already know he disagrees, so I'm not going to get into the logistics of it with you. You already disagree. Why am I wasting my time with you? See, they want to just keep on talking and talking and just going in circles to just exhaust you and frustrate you into silence. Yeah? If you make the conversation long, repetitive, and frustrating, they think, well, we'll just drop the subject because all they're going to do is talk in circles. No, we're going to shut your ass down. All right, thank you. Have a good day. We're moving on. I'm not going to sit here and talk in circles with you. I've already explained what it is. I've already made completely logical sense. I've already showed case studies of other people getting similar reparations for their aggrievements. We've all agreed that that's justified. Why is our reparations not justified? I don't know, dude. It's just agree to disagree, dude. No, we ain't doing that. That's on white and I say so. That's on white and I say so. I'm not with that. We're not doing that.
You've heard the buzz. You've seen the media stories. Now experience the truth for yourself. Microphone Check, the critically acclaimed documentary uncovering the true origins of hip-hop. Available now on Blu-ray and
Raymond Winbush is the author of this book, Should America Pay? Raging debate on reparations. Good morning. Welcome to the Washington.
Reparations are as American as apple pie, and there's a history of reparations
FBA,
to
ADOS,
several groups in this
So I
country.
do have a channel with both acronyms there. So I'm gonna do a recap.
The most recent, which we all know about,
recap
for
of my dialogue with Chaotic Truth. Tackle his questions. Don't forget, well, you don't know unless you were there. So he called in pretty late. So this was like a weekday. Like I got an hour and a half sleep for work. So anyway, it was like 2 a.m. when he first got on. So I had to be up at 5. I went to bed like 3:40, something like that, something ridiculous. But so yeah, so I'm trying to like, speak coherently with that late, So spoke, I dropped some facts. I did good, but I couldn't hone in and go in depth on anything because I was really just trying to get enough information in so we can just close out, And then he was silent for a large part of it. So he asked a couple of questions, then he went silent, and me and Tiger was talking for like 40 minutes. And I was about to close out, and I see, oh, he's still on. He just on mute. So that's why I said, hey, everybody close out. You got any closing statements? No, I'm sorry. That was the third part. So then when I see he's still on mute, he asked another question. So I think one question was like, why are we blaming systemic racism? And then the other, or does it exist? And the other question is, why do blacks don't fight in America? Why are we cowards? Something like that. So I addressed both of them. But I really couldn't really dig deep like that because, the time. So I want to go in. Hey, he might call in because a couple of days ago, he was asking for the link, but I was like in the midst of cooking. It was not gonna happen. I had just started cooking. So I was like, yo, man, if you stick around, I'll send the link. But by that time he had already left. So anyway, so I'm gonna go into the questions he asked in depth, how to respond to that. And pretty much the same argument you would use for all of them. What the hell is this? All right. So anyway, so this is Raymond Winbush. These are typical questions, kind of like what the guy was asking to read. Typical questions white folks would ask about reparations when they oppose it.
It was in 1988 under President Ronald Reagan, where this country paid $1.2 billion to the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. So it's a considerable about, it was in 1988 under President Ronald Reagan, where this country paid $1.2 billion to the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. So it's a consistent thread throughout American history and by international law as well.
Let me fact check that. He said 1.2. Oh, shit. Oh, goddamn. He said $1.2 billion. And I'm kind of like, let me just look into that real quick. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, they read it for you? Let's do it. Yo, what the hell? All right. So, what was... Was it during or after World War II? Was it during or after? All right.
Well,
Let me put one figure on the table. This is on page 313 of the book, in a series of conversations you did with people supporting and opposing the idea for education reparations, a budget of $128 billion.
figures are small.
Did with people supporting and opposing the idea for education reparations, a budget of $128 billion.
Actually, those figures are small. We've got Richard America of Georgetown University, an economist, has said that the entire wealth in terms of unpaid labor by African Americans in this country is somewhere between $5 to $10 trillion. Another study that was done in Africa just a few years ago computed the entire cost of enslavement, extraction from Africa, minerals, everything, the entire colonialism, enslavement at $777 trillion. So we're not talking about small numbers here at all.
Shelby Steele, who's included in the book that you edited, says, quote, today, 70% of all black children are born out of wedlock. 68% of all violent crime is committed by blacks, most often against other blacks. 60% of black fourth graders cannot read at grade level, and so on. When you fight for a reparational uplift, you have to fit yourself into a victim-focused protest identity that is once angry and needy. You have to locate real transformative power in white society and then manipulate white guilt by seducing it with neediness and threatening it with anger. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what Steele and opponents of reparations do is oftentimes fail to connect historical dots, how things that were lead to things that are. And I think with regards to the impact, we want to feel as a country that somehow enslavement has no contemporary impact on African Americans. In fact, it does. And so when we talk about crime rates, when we talk about out of wedlock births and so forth, we don't connect those dots. The other thing I think is that many conservatives have co-opted the use of the term victim. You can be a victim of a tornado and rebuild. Rosa Parks was a victim in Montgomery in the 1950s, but she did something about it. So I think that the idea of victimhood is something that we need to reconsider, and we try to do that in the book.
If you support the idea for reparations for descendants of American slaves, 202-585-3880. And if you support the idea of reparations for those African Americans, 202-585-3881. Our email address is journal@cspan.org. The numbers will stay on the bottom of the screen. John Van Dyke is asking the question, who should provide reparations for the descendants of American slaves?
Right, it's an excellent question. And those who would provide...
Yeah, it was $1.6 billion. That's crazy. I think I heard some white supremacists play down that number that the American government paid out to the Japanese who were put in those camps during World War II. Yeah, but it was a... Wow. The U.S. government paid $1.6 billion in reparations to Japanese Americans who were forcibly placed in internment camps during World War II. In 1988, the Civil Liberties Act was signed into law by President Ronald Reagan, out of all presidents, officially apologizing for the internment and authorizing $20,000 in compensation to each surviving Japanese American who had been incarcerated. A total of around 82,000 survivors received payments amounting to approximately $1.6 billion in reparations. This act was a formal acknowledgement of the injustice and racial discrimination that led to the wrong imprisonment of over 120,000 Japanese Americans during the war. So for people who act like the brother Reggie's and everybody else who comes on here and act like, hey man, everybody got to be on one accord and they got to fight for reparations. You got to know everything about politics. Stop it. These Japanese ain't fight for shit. This was straight given to them. signing to act. Which one of these guys were fighting for this? And so, oh, you got to have this political. Yeah, stop it. Stop it. They just paid them. There was no Yvette's, Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Clark Anderson's running around talking about. There was no Japanese Yvette, no Japanese Tariq Nasheed tone talks or Japanese Tariq Nasheed and whoever else, Dr. Clark Anderson running around talking about, we need to be prepared for being in these, what do they call it, internment camps. Stop it. The American government just freely, hey, here you go, $1.6 billion, you got it. And $20,000 in, let me see how much that works out today. So 20, what? Let me see how that works out. Let's see. So what we got here? So more than double. So $20,000 in 1988 will be more than double in today's time. It'll work out to about 51,000, 51 and a half, basically, 51,500 if they were to get paid that, if they were to get paid today.
Reparations as a scholar is that people will say, well, my grandparents didn't own slaves, I had nothing to do with slavery, or I came over here, my parents came over here at Ellis Island a few 50, 60 years ago. The fact of the matter is that I had nothing to do with the incarceration of Japanese.
Don't forget to, if y'all available, pull back up around 8 o'clock tonight. I'm gonna do part 2, which is be more focused on chaotic truth, because I ain't really talk about him, but I got another Black immigrant who was really speaking poorly about Black Americans. She was kind of taking the Myron Gaines argument. Okay, so none of y'all probably heard of her like that. But so after I go over chaotic truth, I'm going to share her information and her talking points against who we call FBAs or ADOS. It's going to be cringy because she was saying some disrespectful things, and I wonder if Decent be in her chat, because they would say that we got strong words for Black immigrants and things like that, but and they would get mad that some of us say, hey, we're not African other than by race. But what about the Africans who say we're not Africans? What about that? What about when I play the clips of Africans saying we're not Africans? They call us American. So it's like, it can't be both ways. Like, now we just can't win. Okay, so if some of us want to call ourselves African, like Umar and Baba James Smalls, you got Africans saying they're not Africans, they're American. So it's like, so what are we doing? And they'll call us American for the same reasons why we would call ourselves American. That's the weird part about it. Some Africans who don't see us as African, the way Descent want us to be African. The Africans who oppose us to be African, like the way Descent want us to be African, those Africans will give the same reasons that we will give ourselves why we're American and not African. So it's like, so how does the continent see it our way? We're truly African. They disregard the fact that we have genetics that goes back to Africa or ancestors. Like they disregard that. They look at us today. You don't have any African culture, history. There's no home in Africa for you. That's how some of them view us as non-African and only American. And we like, yeah, you're right. You got a point there. We're American. We're foundational though, but we're American. And anyway. So yeah. So Chaotic the Truth might pull back up, but the sister, the black immigrant sister, I'm saying sister in quotations, and yeah, you gotta hear the poison she spewed on us. We're victims, you know, we're always in victimhood, we're making excuse, you know, all the Myron gang talking points she was going into. So of course, you know how I do, of course. I'm like, hey, you wanna have that conversation? Like I asked everybody but Myron, because Myron was not on my radar until just now today. But I'm in everybody comment section on some of their most latest videos. Like, hey, can we have that conversation? And they just that's why I appreciate Myron for even having a guy go back and forth with them. Like, you got to appreciate these cowards, because most of them don't even want to have a dialogue. They want to have a monologue. They just want to talk about us poorly and badly and don't want to have an exchange. So for the ones that allow an exchange, you be like, oh, wow. You know, you try to take advantage of it.
These Americans, as I said earlier, but I had to pay part of my 1988 tax dollars for what this country had done to them. The country owed the Japanese Americans an apology, and they gave the apology along with compensatory measures.
Again, those who oppose the idea of reparations should call the number 202-585-3881. How do you track, though?
Hey, Pablo, don't misrepresent why I'm playing this video. I'm playing the video to show you common reactions, common reactions, responses of white people when questions, common questions white people have when they oppose reparations. That's why I'm playing this video, bro. Don't misrepresent it. You won't get timed out.
Who would qualify for these benefits?
It's not as hard as people think.
Because obviously Dr. Ray Wimers had like good intentions, but he was early. I mean, like, he did what he needed to do, right? At the time. This was 2013. There was no FBA, no ADOS, and he did the best that he can do at 2013. And we're thankful because, you know, we took the baton, we took the, and now we're here. We took the baton and now we're over here with it. So, you know, we're not mad. We're not mad at Dr. Ray Wimers. This is 2013.
One of the things that Congressman John Conyers has called for is a study, and he's been calling for this study since 1989, preceding any reparations payment are national.
But you know it's early because he's saying African Americans. This is early.
Studies and sometimes international studies about who should be compensated and so forth. So Congressman Conyers' bill, H.R. 40, is something that groups like in Cobra, myself and others are lobbying for so that it can be, a study can be done. But given modern technology, is simply...
Or Ray Winbush.
Morning. I wanted to make a couple of quick points.
No, he's going to agree.
Which is always...
From a viewer in Alabama, Michael Miller, who says, isn't affirmative reparation actions enough for these American Africans? We've lowered qualification standards so they get preferences in college. Possessing darker colored skin gets them hired despite inferior aptitude. What else could they ask for?
Well, you know, it's like I heard a person the other day said that, you know, the United States recognizes it should do something, affirmative action being one of those things. It's ironic that two of the most vocal opponents against affirmative action during this past week, Clarence Thomas on his birthday last week opposed affirmative action, and George Bush, who was a legacy admit at Yale University when he went to school many years ago, and their own
much opposed because this will just aggravate the whole divide. However, I do think equal treatment for equal talents is a different story. And
I want to get on those tribes, by the way, in Africa. When I cover chaotic truth talking points. Well, he had two questions really, like two major questions. Or the first one was a question. The second one was kind of a statement that I just responded to. So one question, one statement, and I'm gonna go over the African tribes once I cover that later on tonight. You know, a few hours from now, if y'all got some time.
you come up with any kind of conclusion, I think we're all going to have to get busy and do a bunch of family histories to confirm whether we were or were not. I have some ancestors who came from Europe. I have other ancestors who lived in the South who didn't own slaves and moved away because of it. I have other ancestors from New England. So we all have to be able to substantiate other than just holding out our hand and saying, me too. This might become very fashionable to be able to claim a black ancestor. It means you're going to get some money. So I think the whole situation needs to be analyzed very thoroughly.
Well, I agree with you, and I think that's why Congressman Conyers' H.R. 40 bill is so important in terms of doing a study on enslavement. But again, I think that one of the things you said, it may not be true, is that, you know, we have no responsibility.
Okay, so Dissent says a forced foundation doesn't ask to be paid. It stands up and topples the house forced on it. I don't get that analogy, but I got a better one for you, Dissent. Okay, so you're a contractor, right? I hire you to build my home. You build the home, I don't pay you. Do you come back and knock it down, my boy? And like, how does that happen? Like, that's not what you would do. You would actually make a claim to get paid. Okay, that's what you actually do. You make a claim. You don't come back and knock down the home. You make a claim. That's what we're doing now. So like these talking points be funny. This is why like a lot of us like to hear these talking points. Like we like to hear it. Like people call in. That's why I respect folks who call in, even though we might call them names and haters and trolls. I respect the fact they even called in because there's so many of them who oppose our talking points that would never call in and have this dialogue. So that's why I appreciate. Like you guys might think I'm like doing too much when they call in, because I appreciate it because I'm trying to encourage it more often from the same people who share the same views against us. You dig? So I want to encourage them to call in more often. This is why I don't get on them and call them names. No, I don't want to discourage them. I want to encourage them to call more in to show that we have civil conversations, even though I disagree, even though I believe certain things about you. And even though you believe certain things about me, we can have a civil conversation where it don't have to go left. But I like to encourage them to call in. Because if I cuss them out and call them names, now that's their excuse not to call in. But so I like, you know, like I said, I believe in what I say and what I stand for. So I'm not insecure of oppositional thoughts. Okay. When we hang up, I highly doubt I change their mind. I highly doubt they change my mind, but it's okay.
Connected to enslavement. Again, I repeat the example. I have people in this country share and in the form that they have gone on both in group and individual, I as an American taxpayer had to pay for that.
Next call is Cleveland, Ohio. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I want to thank Mr. Wimbush for his research and his determination in keeping this issue at the fore. I think the word Christian has been co-opted. The Christian Coalition, these people call themselves Christian, but they want to pick and choose the rights and the wrongs and use them for themselves to justify what they want. As far even as this war on terrorism, we have been, as African Americans, plagued by the Klan for 200 years. And then we went to Jim Crow and separate and unequal, and people don't know the history of the country. Oklahoma, back in the 1920s, the government, the whites in power, bombed the black areas as a show of white supremacy.
Well, I think what you said, especially your last point about Tulsa, Oklahoma, is very important. Even now as we speak, there are two major lawsuits taking place about reparations. One is being litigated by Charles Ogletree of Harvard University for the Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre that occurred in 1921. And the other one is taking place in federal court in Chicago, where Deidre Farmer Pellman, Conrad Will and the National Black United Front are suing some 30-something odd corporations for their complicity in enslavement of African Americans.
Our guest is a native of Cleveland. He currently lives in Baltimore. Ray Winbush earned his doctorate and master's from the University of Chicago. He is currently a teacher at Morgan State University. This email from Bedford, Texas says, I'm a Caucasian who favors reparations for the descendants of slaves. The U.S. government does have a duty to pay reparations if for no other reason than they played a part in the slave industry via the constitutional provision, Property Clause, which was a concession to the South to end the Civil War, which allowed slave owners to keep their slaves. And one point that this viewer brings up is the slave diet, which was notoriously poor and affected generations in terms of certain illnesses.
Absolutely, and one of the things that we include in the book, Steve, is a discussion about the health consequences of enslavement. We know for a fact that American gynecology was founded on the experimentation towards African women and who were enslaved in this country, and those operations were performed without sterilization or anything else of that kind. I think that what we do in America, Michael Eric Dyson, the educator, says that when it comes to slavery, we may well be called the United States of amnesia. We don't want to remember slavery. We want to remember the Alamo. We want to remember the Maine and other things like that, but we don't want to remember slavery. We want to talk about it. And I think reparations will also be a healing for this country in terms of getting blacks and whites talking more logically and truthfully about enslavement in this country.
Lawton, Oklahoma.
Yes, if we're ever going to achieve true racial equality in America, we're going to have to eliminate all of these laws that favor or discriminate against anybody because of their race. Now, the black race is favored at the present time by a number of laws, as is the Indians, and we need to eliminate all these laws that favor or discriminate because of race. Now, as far as slavery goes, it was a terrible institution, but most of the blacks who live in America today indirectly benefited from slavery by being brought to America and not left in Africa, where many of them would have starved to death, as many of them are still doing.
Well, this is not as amazing as some of your listeners might believe, that people actually have said to me, well, isn't it good that we were enslaved since we were brought from a continent that was undergoing poverty? And again, it shows the lack of understanding of African history and African American history. The fact of the matter is that civilizations such as Timbuktu, Songhai, and Ghana were flourishing beyond that of Europe during the Middle Ages, and that people want to forget about that and somehow jump to the incredible conclusion somehow slavery was good for African Americans. Again, I think that this is mostly based on an ignorance of American history as well as African history, which we all need to deal with.
Where is your family from?
My mother is from Kentucky. She was great-granddaughter of a slave owner in Kentucky. My father was relatives are from Pennsylvania with roots in Virginia.
This email from a viewer who said, I'd be for reparations if the Supreme Court did not just say it's legal to discriminate against white people.
Well, it's amazing those who are opposing, quote, discrimination against white people somehow have gotten religion about the racial past of this country. The fact of the matter is that, as Clayton and Bird have said in their book, American Health Dilemma, only about 11% of the time that African Americans have spent in this country have been, quote, free. The vast majority of this country's history has been based on overt discrimination and violence towards black folk. I mean, that's just a historical fact. And I think that now what we're trying to, believe is that somehow, as one of the callers said earlier, that there's a meritocracy here, that people get what they want because of hard work. In fact, that simply is not true. Discrimination still reigns in this country relative to African Americans, and it's something that's part of the very culture of this country.
HarperCollins is the publisher of the book Should America Pay? Our guest is Ray Winbush, who is the editor of this 325-page book, and we'll get a call from New York City. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Winbush.
Good
I would
morning.
like to say thank you, first of all, for your very articulate discussion. And I would like to say as well, as an African American, I lived in Switzerland for 10 years, and I found it very interesting how Europeans, in particular, were more educated about the issues of the Africans in America and the issues within America as far as slavery are concerned, and where African people actually come from with reference to the Americas and the different parts of the world.
Why do you think that is, caller?
I believe it's because it's like he said, America wants to have a collective amnesia, and we have not been properly educated in this country about slavery, about how Africans arrived in America, and what actually transpired after that. We pretended that we just came from slavery. Our history books, as far as we were taught in Texas, where I grew up, there was probably 2 paragraphs about it, and that was the end of history as far as black Americans knew. We were never articulate about it. We were never informed. We had no defense. So we're at the mercy of people like the gentleman who called 2 calls ago and said that he feels that blacks got a better deal coming from Africa and being drowned on ships and treated in the most dehumanizing manner.
We'll
but
get a
we can
response.
obsess about the Israel question and what happened to the Jews with the German Holocaust.
No, I agree with the caller 100%. I think that, again, I was a member of a delegation that went to the World Conference Against Racism a couple of years ago in South Africa, and groups like December 12th out of New York and other groups, it was amazing to see Europeans talking about African history and African American history better than most Americans could and did. And I think that it's perhaps educational systems. We want to talk about the dumbing of America, but I'm really, as an educator, appalled at the lack of knowledge that we have about our own country, and particularly the history of African people in this country.
Along those lines, this is an email from Robert who says, Mr. Winbush, I am an African-American man and have been doing my family history. What I found in the archives of this country confirmed that my ancestors were slaves in North Carolina. I think that doing family research is a great way to find out who should receive reparations. Still, some people find it hard to let us find our ancestors by denying us access to records.
I couldn't agree with the caller more. One of the things that has just thrilled me as I've gone across this country with the book is to see African Americans who have collected incredible data, put it together, synthesize it, and can present an articulate story about their cases. There's many people who have written me, we have, and others, and that research is what's going to get reparations for African Americans in this country, and I believe that it's going to happen within 5 to 10 years as well.
Our guest has his own website, which is linked through cspan.org. It's raymondwinbush.com. Next is a call from Romeo, Michigan. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Am I coming through all right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that this thing could have many threads. Let me mention a few of them. I think there was a gentleman sitting where you are who wrote a book on C-SPAN. I think it was prior to the 2000 election. He's sitting right where you are. Didn't he write a book? He would mention the remunerations and Conyers. Do you remember the gentleman?
We have talked about this in the past.
It may have been Randall Robinson.
Anyway, I think that prior to the 2000 election, this has 1,000 threads. You know, as a World War II veteran, why couldn't men were killed and injured sue the Jews for money for saving them in World War II? Or we could go back and do our history and find many instances. But a monetary remuneration, I wouldn't be in favor of. But if you could specify excellent education for black youth, I'm all for it.
If I understand the question, I think, again, that we need to really understand how reparations are a part of international law and a part of the law in this country with regards to certain groups. In fact, after you do the research and do the study, you will actually probably ask the question, why haven't Africans in America actually gotten reparations? Because so many other groups have, and not only, again, in this country, but around the world. One of the callers mentioned after World War II, the Nuremberg trials looked at, and many people that were Jewish and part of the Holocaust received reparations. There are lawsuits currently being prosecuted in South Africa for the the evils of apartheid. And this is going to happen in this country right now. It's really a global movement that is very well articulated and very well legislated, as well as very well litigated.
Let me go back to your earlier point about those Japanese Americans who were interred in California and elsewhere during the height of World War II. It's been almost 140 years since the end of the Civil War. How do you administer something like this? How do you determine who gets what? Where does the process begin?
Well, it's the exact same way that we have broken treaties in this country with indigenous groups, the Choctaws, the Sioux, Cherokees, that go back even before the end of slavery. Some of these broken treaties go back as much as 200 years. But the administration is what has occurred with those groups, and the same thing can occur with Africans in America.
But specifically then, how do you determine who gets what?
Well, that's again, I keep referring to Congressman Conyers' bill, and that's why it's so important. He has said that we should set up a commission that would be funded by not that much money, about $8 or $9 million, that would study the impact of enslavement, as well as who gets the money, as well as the theory about whether or not it should go to groups of people, individuals, or both. And I really believe that it's going to go for like funds as well as individuals. It depends on the study, and it's almost premature to ask the question unless we have funded a study like that. And this is one of the things we try to do in this book, is try to advance the discussion on who gets the money.
I'm not sure if you can put this in terms of numbers, but how many slaves did we bring into this country?
Oh my God, the late historian John Henry Clark says we must begin the count at 30 million. One of my former professors, John Hope Franklin, said it's at least 40 million people. I estimate, in terms of extraction out of Africa, somewhere between 40 and 50. At the time of the emancipation, there were approximately 3.5 million Africans in this country at that time, and that was 200 years. So the estimates are very, very difficult. The best guesstimate is somewhere between, in this country alone, somewhere between 10 and 15 million people.
And how many African Americans today in the U.S., approximately?
Probably 85% of Africans in America today had ancestors who were enslaved.
Stover, Missouri, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
My question to Mr. Winbush, do you and your group plan to go after the other slave trading countries, namely the Brits, the Dutch,
yes,
the Spaniards, the Portuguese, those countries that was really involved in the slave trade and helped bring the slaves to this country?
Absolutely. In fact, there was a meeting just about a month and a half ago in Amsterdam. And there are lawsuits that are pending now that are going to be prosecuted in the next 2 years against England, France, Portugal, Germany for Southwest Africa, known as Namibia. So these suits are all over the world, literally, at this point. So the answer to your question is absolutely.
Boston, good morning.
Good morning. I have a question for the Mr. Winbush. Everything you're saying, I agree with you. I'm not racist or anything, but white folks seem to forget that we black folks paved the way in this country. We practically built this country up from the cotton fields to the railways. And if I know you probably visited Boston before, Boston has a history of African Americans, migrating from the South.
Yeah.
But my thing is that I know a little bit of history of Lincoln when he, was the one that helped free the slaves. But I'm kind of nervous, but my thing is that where is our 40 acres and a mule Lincoln promised us?
Well, it's interesting. Very quick response to that is that between January of 1865 and April of 1865, which was the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, some 400,000 acres of land were actually distributed to some 40,000 freedmen. Of course, with the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, his successor, Andrew Johnson, took all of that land that had been distributed by Sherman and others and gave it back to the plantation owners that actually own the slaves that they were supposed to be giving the land to. So again, I think part of this is us really trying to read and understand history. And I think that most people would be very surprised at the linkages that even now exist with regards to the enrichment of insurance companies. One of the things I've learned is how Africans in this country, almost every major railroad in this country, and they are being sued right now in Chicago federal court, were built by Africans, literally what they call convict labor as well as slave labor for little or nothing. It was not all Africans worked on plantations, but plantation owners actually lent their slaves to railroad companies so that they could be built.
2 emails. There is no raging debate on reparations in this country. It will never happen. This country has no responsibility to hand out money to black people. What you should be doing is working on cutting the rate of black children born out of wedlock, cutting down on crime of black people, seeing that black children have a father and a mother in a home, and seeing that every black child gets a good education. That from a viewer in Arizona, and also this from Laura Marriott, who says, please ask Mr. Winbush if he really believes handing money to some blacks will end the out-of-wedlock births, STD high rates, sexually transmitted diseases, especially for HIV/AIDS, which blacks account for 50% of all cases, and other black-on-black crimes.
Well, I'm really struck by the fact when people write letters like that and say things like that. What's amazing is how we could go to Northern Ireland right now and talk about Catholics and how they are just irresponsible people. Or if it would be like going to Kosovo right now, or for that matter, something even more relevant, Iraq right now, said these people are just lazy, they don't know how to run their country, they have out-of-wedlock births, and look at their economy, it's all in shatters. Not understanding history. And I'm not a historian, but I know for a fact that anybody who reads a good book on black history in this country will understand why the conditions in the African American community are the way they are now. But most people simply have not done that. I, as an African American, have had to read about George Washington throwing dollars across the Delaware River, or how Lincoln freed the slaves supposedly. But I was not required to know who Marcus Garvey was. I was not required to learn who Martin Delany was. And most white Americans don't have to read anything about African and American history, and I think that's something that does them a disservice.
Last call from Garberville, California. Good morning.
Yes, sir, Mr. Wimbush. I guess I would support reparations, except for the idea that 2 points. The gentleman earlier mentioned other slave trading nations, most of them European, but the truth is there was also Africans involved with the slave trade, and there was Africans that had slaves themselves. It wasn't only white people. And another point that's a really major one is, what about, it wasn't like you said, supposedly Lincoln that freed the thousands of them, including my ancestors who died, who didn't own slaves at all.
Yeah, the best answer I could give to that, and it's the truth, lies, of course there were Africans who owned slaves. There were indigenous people who scouted for Custer at Little Bighorn. I recently saw the film The Pianist, in which Jews, as we know, helped place people in the Warsaw Ghetto, and we know that there were some Japanese Americans who helped process their own fellow countrymen during their incarceration during World War II. But certainly we wouldn't blame Jews for the Holocaust, we wouldn't blame the slaughter of Indians on Sioux, and we certainly wouldn't blame Japanese for their incarceration. So why should we blame Africans for their own enslavement? The fact of the matter is that European chattel slavery was going to happen with or without the cooperation of a tiny minority of Africans on the continent. And so I think this is a straw man when we raise arguments such as that.
What happens next?
What happens next is that there's going to be a series of lawsuits that are going to be taking place at the government as well as the corporate level. I hope to see Congressman Conya's bill, H.R. 40, pass, and I think that you're going to continue to see the movement grow even bigger than it is right today.
Dr. Winbush is the editor of this publication, Should America Pay? Slavery and the Raging Debate on Reparations, a series of articles on the issue published by HarperCollins. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Steve.
Subscribe, darling.
subscribe.
Some hands. Let's get Rob in here. Rob, you're giving the thumbs down. What's up, Rob? Hop on in, Rob. Mr. Rob, hop on in, sir.
What up, everybody? It's Crispy. What up, everybody? I'm streaming, everybody. I'm streaming on AOL, everybody. I got a Black Planet page, everybody. It's Bussy69, everybody.
You know what? I'm going to have a Crispy-thon. I'm going to show on my channel. I'm going to show a bunch of Crispy episodes for the people who don't know about The Crispy Puppet is very funny. Crispy Puppet is very funny. I've been wanting to do a Crispy-thon. Just play a lot of the old Crispy videos. In order to let folks know the origin of Crispy and all of that stuff, because there's a lot of people who don't even know what the Crispy Puppet is. The Crispy Puppet is that's like a decade old. I started doing that in like 2000. It's over a decade, like either 2013 or 14. So yeah, we need to do an anniversary for Crispy. All right. Okay. All right. Raise your hand, folks. Let's see who's in here. Let's raise those hands. Let's get Javille Rose. Javille Rose. What's up, Javille? Javille Rose. All right, Javille ain't saying nothing. There.
How's it going?
What's up, Javille?
Good evening.
How you doing, brother?
I ain't making much noise. How are you?
I'm good, brother. What's on your mind?
I'm just listening, man.
There you go. Thank you. You must have got on by. All right. All right, y'all stop hitting that button by mistake. All right. So I just do this. I'll let folks on when they raise their hands, because a lot of people, I guess they hit the button by mistake and they're not really intending to get on. Let's get Tormel. Let's get brother Tormel in the building and see what's on his mind. Tormel, hop on in, sir.
Hello.
What's up, Tormel?
Hey, Tariq, what's going on, beloved?
I'm good, bro.
How's everything? Question, man. I just need to know, man, with these tethers, where do they arrogance come from when they came here and they didn't bring anything to the party? Like they fled Africa and came to America, right?
Yeah.
They didn't bring no inventions. They didn't bring any. All they did was fed off of the things that we already created. But they have vitriol towards us.
Yeah.
Like they have brought absolutely nothing to the party, and that like offends me, man. Like, where's this arrogance coming from? That's one thought. Oh,
Yeah,
you want to elaborate?
that's a very good question, man. A lot of it is really insecurity disguised as arrogance, because a lot of it is that they see us here and we were just another hostile tribe to them. And there were some parts of our lineage that were sold by some parts of their lineage, and we were supposed to just die off. But the universe rose us up and we became the most influential people on the planet, especially out of Black people. And they feel like they have to play second fiddle to us. So they have a lot of vitriol about that. And then when they have to come here, because those homelands are devastated, they have to do all types of weird things in order to get resources, in order to get citizenship. It's just a lot of hard work, and there's always a sense of paranoia. Are they going to get sent back? Do they need to have some anchor babies in order to stay? They got to fill out all of this paperwork to get a visa. They got to jump through all these hoops that we don't have to do. And that too makes them very resentful towards us. We ain't got to do all that weird shit. Yeah, we don't have to do all that stuff. But there's always this threat of many of them getting sent back. So there is really a lot of insecurity disguised as arrogance, because they ain't got nothing to be arrogant about. So what they do, and this is where some of the arrogance comes from, the only thing they tried to have on us, which we took away from them, was that they could say that they are real Africans. That's really where some of that arrogance come from, because they've said that to us. They're like, "You niggas, I am a real African nigga." So we sitting around talking about we're African Americans, and they're like, "Well, yeah, you ain't more African than me. I am from the motherland. I am from Africa." So they were running around with that kind of arrogance, like we're trying to be like them. We want to be African like them. You see, that's why when we say, you know what, we're foundational Black Americans, then all of a sudden they lose their damn minds because we took their little trump card from them. Their trump card was we ain't the real Africans, they are. So they're more authentically African. You see, so yeah, so if there's an African American program, well, damn it, I'm from Africa, so I deserve that more than anybody. That's what they've been hanging their hats on. An African American scholarship. I'm from Africa and I'm in America, so I'm a for real African American, so I deserve that over all of you. So now that we say, you know what? Keep that African stuff. We're foundational Black Americans. Wait, nigga. Wait, hold on, niggas. So now, it's like, wait, don't do that now. That's why they're having fits now. Yeah, we done snatched the rug from up under them. You see? Now you can't sit up here and eat off the things that we fight for and all the programs that we fight for. You can't do that now. Now you're gonna have to hold your own nuts. You see? So that's where a lot of that is coming from. Real interesting dynamic. All right. Come on, y'all. Raise them hands. Let's see who's up in here. Raise them hands. What's up, Wakil? Aren't you from like South Africa, Wakil? I remember having you on here before, I think. I think you're from South Africa. Wakil, hop on, brother. Y'all raise those hands. Let's get Wakil, and then we'll get, let me see. What's up, Wakil?
Yeah. I wanted to say, right. So I'm out here in in one of these highly tech cities, tech arenas, and there's a lot of Indians, a lot of Somalis, and they stay clumped in their own. Like I work next to them, I work with them, but they refuse to offer up any sort of friendship, even in a work environment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they have this clannish, and I see why, because they're brought over here in groups, in large groups. So they don't have a reason to come outside of that group and enter into American society, American way of life with a real American people. You know what I mean? And they have this, their vitriol, because they're scared of you, right? So they have this fear, but their vitriol is, and then some of the Africans, they'll roll with them against Black Americans.
All day.
You know what I mean?
All day. Yeah, let me build on that. There was a sister on YouTube. It was Lady Boulay. Somebody put me on her today. It's an older sister, but she be dropping fire. And she plays a lot of clips from Tethers. And she played this clip of this African dude telling the truth about, how some of the African immigrants come over and what they do. He was giving up some real good game. He was like, yeah, they're very gossipy. My African people are very gossip. We gossip too much. And then we go to jobs and we try to undermine people and we try to get them fired. And he was just really dropping some real shit, how some of the immigrants come over here and then start working with the white bosses, deliberately trying to get foundational Black Americans fired off these jobs. You understand? They get around you skinning and grinning, cockeying and kikiing, and then go to the boss and say, this nigga stole from the vending machine. And they get you fired so they can bring their buddies up in there. You see? It's a real slick game out here, man. That's been going on for a minute. That we don't even fathom that type of stuff because we don't get down like that. We don't. That's not our disposition. So it's hard for us to wrap our minds around a lot of this tether shit that's been going on for a long time. But now that we've delineated and there's a major delineation movement, people are now, you got a third eye seeing a lot of this shit. So you're like, oh, damn. Oh, dude, they've been doing, oh, okay, that's why that nigga was doing that. He was a tether. No wonder he was doing all that little slick shit. Oh, okay. So now you start to see things a little different now. Mike, what's up, brother?
What's good, Tariq? Yeah, man, I wanted to piggyback up off that. You know how like a lot of Democrats and stuff, they try to scare you into, oh, Trump's the boogeyman, because I got an uncle in particular. I mean, this dude he's Democratic from up, down, left to right, you name it. And every little thing he does, every little thing Trump does or signs something, he goes, oh, you look, watch, look, see, yep, you gonna feel it,
Oh, boy.
it's coming, And I'm like, bro,
That's
I'm 30
Roland. That's
years
that
old.
Roland Martin shit. I bet.
Yeah, exactly. He does that same exact thing, and then I'm like it's like he tries to manipulate, but I'm like, man, I got too much knowledge in the game to fall for that shit.
No doubt. Yeah, that ain't nothing but that Roland Martin ass talk. Everything Trump does. See, you're gonna be picking cotton on Thursday. Oh, stop it. Stop with that fear mongering. Ain't nobody scared of that bullshit. Stop. Average. Let's get average black up in place. Where you been hiding, brother?
Oh man, I've been so busy, man. Had a tragedy. Everything's good now. And then I was over in Chicago for about damn near a week for Savior's Day. My wife's in the Nation of
Oh yeah,
Islam.
much respect to the minister. Yes, indeed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what you were saying, man, is so real. Like, this whole delineation thing and us seeing the interactions. What brought me to Twitter was seeing how people were interacting with you, talking to you and talking about us so badly. But then when you start to see these patterns, you spend hundreds and sometimes even thousands of hours in these spaces and you have real, unadulterated, filtered truths from people who represent their lineage and hate us and they don't have any consequences so they could get to speak unabated. You get to see exactly the sentiment and why and what. And then it becomes a roadmap back into all the weird interactions you had in your life that made no sense of people you thought was your skin folk and kinfolk. And you're like, man, this is like you said, this is why that didn't make sense. And to land my plane, I had a position in my old career and I had 850 subordinates. And so I eventually had to sue. And a lot of the people, I had so much access to information because I had so many subordinates and I was like the conduit running things up the chain. And I knew I could touch everybody. So I saw all these different things and how the company was ran on a racial line. And I mean, it was eye-opening. Even looking back, things make more sense, but it was mind-boggling how things were not fair, how they were like playing out, and how people would like gang up on us. And there was like two different rule books and how people were okay with it as long as we were on the lower end of a hierarchy. So, what we've been through is a roadmap back to all these interactions that we've had. And once you see it, once you open that box, you can't unsee it. And it always just trends true. So I appreciate you, my brother.
Thank you so much, brother. And yeah, man, when you start opening your eyes because of the delineation, you can start to see patterns and say, oh, okay, that person ain't from our lineage. That's why weird shit was happening. I started to see that years ago with some of these people talking about they were feminist. Right after that stop and frisk thing in New York, because we were fighting to get rid of that, you had these weird ass mammies clicked in with white feminist groups. And they were joining with these white feminists to demonize black men, especially out in New York. They had that street harassment campaign where you had Fraudinista Jones and all of these people and others running around talking about how black men in New York be harassing women on the streets. And these white feminists were working with the Democrats and the politicians to create street harassment laws. And this was going to be the new stop and frisk. These laws were basically going to be like if a black dude says hi to a woman or even you just look at her, they could say that's like a criminal offense. That's like street harassment. They were really trying to make like laws where you're going to be criminalized if you say something to a woman on the streets of New York. And they were getting these, quote, black feminists to spearhead this thing. It was Fraudinista and all of them, and even Tarana Burke. And I'm like, at the time, you had a lot of sisters who were being, because we're getting targeted by the police at this time all around the country. And we knew that laws like that, that's going to affect black women too. When they have these racially undertoned laws, that affects black men and women. So I'm like, why are these so-called black women helping these white feminists create laws that's going to target all black people? What the hell is that about? Then I started to hear them do interviews, these mammies, Tarana Burks and all these people. They start talking about, yeah, when I walk down the street in my neighborhood, I be getting street harassed all the time. I said, oh, who the hell is street harassing Tarana Burke? My antennas went up. I said, wait. Who in the hell is harassing her? It ain't no foundational black Americans. I don't speak for everybody, but I can, on that, I'm going to speak for foundational black American men. Ain't no foundational black American man going to sexually harass no damn Tarana Burke. Tarana Burke looks like a Brontosaurus Rex. No, no. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. Then we start looking in the backgrounds. Like, oh, these women, they're Caribbean. Most of them, not even most, all of them, black feminists, they were all Caribbean or African, but most of them were from the Caribbean. So, okay, it started to click. That's why they're working with these white feminists, because they understand these laws are primarily going to aggrieve foundational black Americans. It's going to aggrieve us. Yeah, it's primarily going to aggrieve us, and they have no problem with that. So little stuff like that, we start to see the little slick shit that they would do behind the scenes, and some of the things they would say that didn't make no sense. You see, which further made us want to delineate. Let's get Alma. Okay, I had you in before, Almas. Almas, hop on in here. I had you in before. This is the white Muslim from Bosnia. It's a white Muslim from Bosnia who was wagging his finger at foundational black Americans about how we need to get it together, and he's a damn refugee. What's up, Almas?
What's up, Tariq? I'm actually enjoying this space. I just wanted to hop on and say I appreciate it. I know we got some differences, but this one I'm actually really enjoying. But other than that, I'm gonna just drop back down and back to a listener and keep listening in.
All right, and I hope you enjoy your flatbread and hummus over there. All right, there you go. Yeah, he got a little act right now because he came in here last week wagging his finger, and he's a Bosnian refugee. Like, man, if you don't get your shit together, dude, you probably got a strap-on bomb on right now. Stop it. Well, black on black crime, man, get out of here. Oh boy, these folks got a lot of nerve. Do we have any more Caucasians in here? If you're Caucasian, raise your hand. Let's talk to some of the white listeners, because we have a lot of white listeners. They be lurking. And then the only time they come up is when they're drunk. Y'all don't have to call in when you're drunk. Like, hey Tarek, I love your stuff, dude. Listen, I'm white, okay? I'm a white boy. I'm a honky, okay? But I don't like racism at all, dude. I don't like it. I have a black coworker, dude. I have a nephew who's black. He's biracial. I gave him some barbecue ribs the other day. Said, just want us all to get along, dude. Okay, all right. Okay, shit. We get them, yeah. He called up drunk and doing a confessional. All right. Just, I wish y'all can call up and just talk regular. Just have a regular conversation. Yeah. Yes, that alcohol gets that confidence up to call in. Or meth. They get a toke of that meth and then they get the confidence to call up. Let's get a most loved tether. We got most loved tether. He got an African map. He said he's the most loved tether. All right, well, let's hear from the most loved tether. What's on your mind, most loved tether?
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? Well, I have another critique for
Oh yeah,
you about.
you're the chaotic truth wannabe. But go ahead.
Yeah, not chaotic truth though. But also I don't even really know who that is. I looked him up a couple of times, but yeah, he sounds nothing like
Your
me.
fellow tether. But go
Okay, yeah, whatever. But I noticed how you like to talk about how Black Americans are not continental Africans, which is true, but you know what you're doing with that wordplay. Continental.
right.
You see, that is true, but it's a way for you to try to deny your Africanness. See, when people say you're African, they're not saying that you're not. They're not calling you continental Africans. They know that already. You're Africans abroad. See, but you try to deny your Africanness and you try to use this wordplay, and your brainwashed listeners always agree with it and say you're not African. Well, you are. You're just not continental Africans, and you know that deep down, Tariq. It's just a way for you to deny your Africanness,
So,
right?
what part of Africa am I supposed to claim?
All of it. You're a Black American means you have a lot of different African ethnicities mixed within you.
Then how come I can't go over there and get no citizenship without dropping off a bag?
Because you weren't born over there.
Okay. There were people over here who are continental Africans who weren't born over there, but they can go over there and get citizenship if their parents are from there and they're not born over there.
Well, it's true, but they have a little bit closer um connection with Africa, but you're still an African, whether you like it or
Really?
not.
I am? How am I an African?
Correct.
But I'm not, I don't have no representation in Africa. I have zero protection in Africa. No resources from Africa are coming to me. The African Union don't even represent or recognize us. So how am I a continental African? Make it make sense, please.
See that there goes the wordplay again. We already know you're not a continental African. You're African though, see? And a lot of your followers don't even believe that. So let's start there.
Okay.
They don't even believe that. They don't believe they're African.
Well,
A lot of them are delusional, Tariq, and you know that. You're just playing on words.
they're delusional because they're not acting like generic Africans. We're not generic Africans.
Correct. I never said you were generic Africans. You all are a mixed African group, but you are still African, whether you accept it or
No,
not. And you will be welcomed in Africa with open
well,
arms.
who? Where's all of these African benefits then, if I'm African?
Benefit protection from the sun. How's that?
I get that here.
That's your African benefit. Come over to Africa. We're your brothers. It's okay.
You're not even in Africa, sir. So yeah, that's not a good sales pitch.
Well, I go back and forth
Sir,
sometimes.
do you know what an ethnogenesis is? Do you know what that is, sir?
Yes, I do. It's a new ethnic group.
Right.
Correct. You are a new ethnic group, but you're still an
No,
African. See? And a broad African.
no, sir. No, we've had an ethnogenesis. We're just not continental African.
What's that genetic makeup of that
Yeah,
ethnogenesis?
there's a lot of African DNA there.
Uh-huh. Yep. So what does it mean? A lot of your and this is another problem. A lot of your followers go and they harass a lot of people and say
No.
that they have no African DNA. They talk
Here's the
about
problem.
the red native.
Stop. You're not going to babble. Here's the problem. I have a lot of European DNA too. I ain't European. See how that works? That's like calling me a European. I got like 20 or 30% European DNA. I am not European at all. Same thing.
There we go again. So you're proud of your European heritage. Right, okay. And I doubt you have anything of 30%.
I just said I wasn't European. You got selective hearing, sir.
No, but even speaking on your European heritage, you're mostly African, so you should be African and stop claiming your European heritage.
But if
are you proud of it?
a DNA test and it says you have 70% African here, and there's another 30% up in Europe somewhere, then I'm not European, nor am I continental African. I just happen to have that DNA in there. Like a lot of people on the planet. People got
Yeah, speaking of the genetic makeup, I've seen that it says a lot of you, well, all Black Americans are 70, around the 75% African makeup range, right? But at the same time, you're still mostly African. So,
but no,
are you proud of that heritage?
I'm proud of my foundational Black American heritage. I have a whole different ethnogenesis, sir, and a history and a culture over here that was cultivated by my lineage here. We have different historical experiences. Everybody came out of Africa at one point, but they're not going to be Africans forever. Fijians are not African, even though they acknowledge their African genesis. Then they had another ethnogenesis when they got over there to the area now known as Fiji. The same thing happened to us. We're the only people who are required to just be generic Africans forever, and we're not. We have a distinct culture here. Let me get my brother McCall in here for you.
Tariq, stop. And that right there is where I want to stop you. Please don't bring that guy up. Right there.
Yes.
Pause right there.
Yes. Brother McCall.
Why?
Brother McCall, hop on in here, sir.
Why? Pause right
Brother
there.
McCall.
I want to expand on that Fijian. The Fijian concept that you just brought up. They're more closely related to Asians than Africans. I just want to put that out there.
They don't look nothing like Asians.
So genetic wise, they're closer to Asians.
And I don't look like a European, but hell, I'm close.
You look like an African though. There we go.
Really.
Yep.
My forehead and its hairline is very robust.
No, don't try that. Don't try that. You look just like
you could play that we all look alike. We know the damn difference now. Let's stop that bullshit, and you know it. There is a physical.
All right, what's the difference, Tariq? Is it rooted in colorism?
No, ain't about hell. All the cake soap over there, you look like baloney over there. You're talking about ain't about color. The colorism is over there. The colorism is over there. They look like banana cream pies over there with all that fucking cake soap. So it ain't the skin color. It's the facial features and the hairline. It's different. It's different. All right. Where did I wanted Brother McCall to get on, but it's all right. But yeah,
praise God he wasn't able to get on. Now, what I like to say again though is most of your how can you deny being African when most of your DNA is African? I know you had an amalgamation in America. I'm aware of that. But how does that completely erase out you being African?
Because I had an ethnogenesis. We had an ethnogenesis. We, just like Jamaicans. Jamaicans had an ethnogenesis.
Correct. All the New World Negroes had an ethnogenesis. Correct. But they are still African too.
They don't call themselves African Jamaicans. They are Jamaicans. They have a
no reason to say that because Jamaica's like 90-some% Black.
Right. So they have a distinct culture that's unique. That's very unique to them. We do too, sir. We have the same thing. Brother McCall, hop on, please.
Wait a minute. Wait. No. Hell no. Hold the up. Wait
hop
a minute.
on.
No, McCall, don't hop on.
Yeah, boy, you don't control.
So
hold your camel. All right. Brother McCall, hop on, please.
Thank you, dear brother.
More babble, McCall? Living the dream winning? More babble?
No, more tall, dark, and handsome versus you, third world ugly. How about that?
You look like a clay statue, McCall. Don't try it, buddy.
I look like the king of your village.
Even your brother Nasheed is laughing.
I look like the king of your village. That's telling the Chinese to make your mother and father sit down.
Broke, played out pimp.
You understand that? You understand that?
Want to be pimp.
I make money
You make bush meat. You
Stealing
understand the
your brother's
difference?
jokes. Stealing
Do
your
you
brother's
understand the
jokes.
difference? Do you understand the difference? I chew spearmint gum. You chew monkey ears. You understand the difference? Now tap out, boy.
What's your point, sir?
Tap out.
What's your point?
That's my point. I'm
So you
tall,
got up here to say
copper
more
tone,
nothing. Got
and
it.
handsome, and you're short, third world ugly, and pathetic. See? That's what you get for being disrespectful. Thank you,
Disrespectful.
brother.
The
Thank you,
last time I
brother.
came up here, you tried to
I
make
will
some
land.
joke about acorns and monkeys, comparing it to my heritage, Macau.
All right, Emma. Okay. So Emma, but like I said, Emma, we had an ethnogenesis, brother. We had an ethnogenesis, and that's fine. It's okay. We have distinct cultural differences and developments. We have different ancestral admixtures. We it just it's we're just like over there. So in your homeland, you guys are living right next to each other, and y'all have different tribal groups and different ethnic groups within your own nation. So you don't look at yourself as the same. So you can't try to make us a generic African. You just can't do that. We have
Never said you were. Never said you were generic. I understand that you're unique, but you're still African. That's what I want you to start telling your followers
but
too,
no,
because they go around and say they're not.
but no, they have
It's delusional.
they have common sense. They know that they don't have anything going on over in Africa. They don't have anything going on the continent of Africa. We don't have any immediate relatives on the continent of Africa. We don't have any resources on the continent of Africa. We don't have no protection on the continent of Africa. We don't have none of that shit. We're not claiming some shit that ain't claiming us. Africa don't claim us. Africa don't do shit for us right now. Why should
What do you mean? What do you mean Africa doesn't claim
we
you?
a continent that don't claim us or do shit? Huh?
I'm sorry. What'd
Why
you say?
should we claim a continent that does not claim nor do a damn thing to benefit us in any form or fashion?
Africa does claim you. That's the problem. Even Malcolm X
You
knew that.
don't. You don't. We don't have anything popping over there. You don't have a lane for us to come over there on some easy breezy, no red tape joint. If we go over there to get something, it's a bunch of red tape. We got to go drop off a bag. Y'all got to see our bank accounts. It turns into a big ass finesse. We're not welcome over there like that, where we can just come over there and just be good money. It ain't like that, and let's not pretend. We get over there, we get finesse left and right. We get treated like others left and right. People will bring us over for the tourism money and all of that, and to take us over to Elmina Castle to finesse a bag. It's everything is some transactional finessing stuff. Nothing like, hey, we're going to embrace you and look out for you. That's what we did here. Foundational Black Americans, when Black immigrants from Africa first started coming over here, we were raising money for them over in the Black churches. We were letting them stay in our neighborhoods and our communities. We were raising money for them. We weren't getting anything in return. We just wanted to look out for them. When Italy was about to invade Ethiopia, we said, hey, we want to stand up for Africa and help them and risk our lives to try to protect them over there. Our brother John Robinson went over there showing them how to fly those planes, and we weren't really getting anything out of in return. We're just doing it because we felt these were our brothers. It's never really been reciprocal like that, brother. So we got to be very honest. So why should we claim some shit that's one-sided? We're not getting any type of reciprocal welcoming and respect or camaraderie from them at all. So why should we claim that?
Really, what I'm hearing is it sounded like you Black Americans were acknowledging being African, and you got a couple of bad responses, a couple of bad apples scared you away from accepting your
Oh,
Africanness. That's
what
what it
we
sounds like.
did, we acknowledged blackness. We said, okay, all of these black people, we're going to look out for them. That's what we were on. Because over here, we understood that we had to look out for all black people whenever we saw them and met them. We had a code of conduct to a certain degree with all black people here, and we wanted to take that globally. That's the only reason Marcus Garvey became successful. He was only successful successful here because he came around us because we were already on that code. I don't like when people try to say Marcus Garvey brought that ideology to us. He did not. They didn't have that in the Caribbean. Marcus Garvey didn't get a goddamn thing popping in Jamaica or anywhere else in the Caribbean. He only got it popping here because we had a code of conduct where black folks are supposed to look out for other black folks. We expanded that to other nations. Every movement in all of these other nations, it was us triggering a lot of those movements from top to bottom. When they wanted to invade Ethiopia, we stepped up. When South Africa was going through the apartheid thing, we were fighting against that over here. We had our black lawyers over here drafting up new constitutions, Charles Ogletree, people like that, Randall Robinson, people like that. Our superstars fighting against the corporate structure who were investing in South Africa. We were putting a lot of stuff together to look out for black people globally. Even when the U.S. was fighting over there in the Philippines, some of the black soldiers saw some of those negritos over there being harmed by the U.S. government. They defected and say, hey, we're going to protect these people. So we've always looked out for black looking people globally. But we said, hey, if this shit ain't going to be reciprocated, let everybody hold their own damn nuts. And that's where we are now. And there's nothing wrong with that.
So let me ask you this question. Where does the black native concept come from then, since you acknowledge that most of your DNA is African? Where does the black native concept come from?
Sir, a lot of the black natives, you'll show some African DNA from them. If you look, they did DNA studies on Native American bones that's been here for thousands of years, and they said the shit traced back to sub-Saharan Africa. They did that in the Virgin Islands. They did that all over here.
Proof?
Um,
Any proof so I can look
okay,
that up?
okay. Let me. In 1975, there's an article where they did a dig, and I wish I had the link because I like to provide proof. But look this up, and some of y'all, if y'all can find the link, there's a great New York Times article. 1975, they did a dig in the U.S. Virgin Islands and found, and I talked about that not too long ago too. They found some remains in an Indian burial ground, and they did DNA testing on it and found out that it was mostly sub-Saharan African DNA, and the bones had been here for thousands of years. And this was an article in 1975 in the New York Times. If somebody can get the link, they'll get the link. That's fine. So, or you can look it up. You can Google it. But you have books by people like Von Wutenau. This is a white guy who collected all of these figurines from Central, North, and South America that were thousands of years old. And he just went on and on about how there were so many Negroid faces in these artifacts. You have white people like Leo Werner, who wrote books talking about how there were black people on this land before the red natives. So this is very well documented. So this is not pseudoscience. The just over and over, so many people. Constantine Rafines, a very early anthropologist here in the United States. Google him, Constantine Rafinesque. They tried to play him off as being eccentric because he even said, hey, based on my studies, America was initially populated by tribes of wild Negroes. So you can look him up too. I'm giving you names and I'm talking slow so you can look these names up. So everybody ain't lying, all right? Everybody's not lying. There were black people on this land, and why wouldn't there be black people on this land for thousands of years? Black people populated every other place on the planet. You think they didn't populate this big ass continent? That's a question for you, right?
Yeah, well, um, all of that has been debunked, especially with the Lucia woman claim that you love to
Okay,
bring up.
so okay,
But would you
slow
say that?
down. Slow down. Are you saying black people from Africa floated everywhere else, all up in the Polynesian islands, with their afros and black ass skin? That's still over there, by the way. But they didn't come here? Is that what you're saying?
They weren't black here. That's what I'm saying. A lot of those people that you're talking about, the Polynesian Islands and all of them, they're closely related to Asians, and they look like that because of the climate.
What do the original people of Asia look like?
At one point, everyone was black at one point, but that was millions of years ago.
No, sir. There are parts of Asia, in the jungles of Asia, you have people who look like African tribes there right now in Asia. And Malaysia, Bali, places like that. I'm talking about now in the jungles of Asia. You have people that's been there for thousands of years who look like African tribes. Right?
The climate. The same could be said about Indians in India. With their only difference is they have straight hair.
I'm telling you, in Asia, you have tribes of people living in the jungles who got hair like a woolly, coarse peppercorn hair, black skin, big noses, big lips, living in the jungles now, right?
In certain parts. Right. But you never find them up in China.
That's what I'm saying. In certain parts.
Yes, certain parts below the equator.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with no damn equator.
Yes. So let me ask you this question. Would you say that white Americans had an amalgamation in the United States?
Yeah.
Or are they still European?
They don't look at themselves as European. These people don't look at themselves as European. They're like, I'm a white American. They don't have nothing to do with you. Listen, do you understand how the white people here don't give a about Europe? They don't give a shit about no damn Europe. They don't claim Europe. They don't really rock with Europe like that at all. The minute they got over here, everything else over in that flea-bitten ass slum that they fled from, because they were fleeing too, they forgot about all of that because it wasn't nothing to remember. They didn't have shit popping in Europe. Europe was a hellhole. There was nothing popping over there. They forgot about that very quickly. That's why when they call up here, they barely claim any of that shit. They damn near ashamed of it. Like, hey, where you from in Europe? I don't know, dude. A little Norwegian, German, Irish. They start naming a whole bunch of shit. They don't give a shit about no Europe. They had an ethnogenesis here. They even though they immigrated, they look at themselves as white Americans. Yeah.
So would you say they are more American than you?
Hell no.
Since they founded this country?
Hell no, they're not more American than us. Because no, they failed when they tried to found it on their own. So hell no. They didn't do shit on their own. They couldn't have done it on their own. And when they tried, they failed. So hell no. They're not more American. We're the only true Americans are us, foundational Black Americans. We are literally the only true Americans because we didn't immigrate over here with another culture. We had to cultivate and create the culture from scratch. Everything about American culture that's significant or really relevant or something that's something to aspire to, that came from us.
Yeah, but you lost your culture. You're from Africa. Just like the Europeans are from Europe. You're from Africa.
Everybody's from, I didn't lose shit. We didn't lose our culture. What culture? We still got jazz. We created that. We still got hip hop. We created that. We still got our soul food. We created that. We still got our Gullah Geechee food. We created that. We got our New Orleans cuisines. We created that. We still got our rock and country. We're reclaiming that. We still got our culture. We still got our inventions. We still got that. We're claiming that stuff. That's our culture.
So basically what I'm getting out of this is the only reason you're more American than Europeans is because you're quote unquote mixed. Is that true? Mixed with different races and ethnicities. Is that true?
Where in the hell did I not only did I not say that, where did I even imply that? What kind of
Well, when you were talking about how you're not African, you have European in you too. You specifically stated that you have about 30% European. So you're not African, you're not European either. You're American. So does that make you more American? Is that the reason why you're more American than European?
No, that means that shit is irrelevant. That's what I'm saying, because I don't claim Europe and I got European DNA, and I don't claim Africa and I got African DNA, because everybody on the planet got African and European DNA, or Asian, and I got a little Asian in there too. Everybody has that shit. That
Where
doesn't
did you find that out? Did you get that off 23andMe
that
or those
doesn't
DNA?
negate the.
Oh, you're making this up. Got it.
Why would I make up something to a musty fleeing tether? You're not nobody. Who the hell are you? Who,
It's a lie you like
who,
to tell your
who
followers.
the hell are you to make up something to? You're not nobody. Come on now. Don't do.
It's a lie that you're telling your followers.
What's
I see
the lie?
right through it. You
What's
always pander to your followers and tell
the
them
lie?
things they want to hear.
What's the lie? You're projecting now. Now you're projecting. What's the lie? What lie? What's the lie?
Everyone has African DNA. Everyone has European DNA.
Yeah, they do. Everybody on the planet got some African, Asian, and some European DNA. Everybody, damn near everybody on the planet. Or everybody who takes a DNA test. I'm not talking about somebody in some remote village somewhere. But if you can take a DNA test, that must mean you're in a metropolitan civilized nation somewhere where you're going to have mixtures of people. I'm not talking about somebody who's been stuck in a mountain in Tibet somewhere. Okay, no, we're not talking about that. But generally, people in civilized metropolitan areas where you kind of interact with people, you're going to have some kind of African DNA, European DNA. You're going to have all that shit's going to be mixed in. So where's the lie?
Everyone does not have European DNA.
And even over there in Africa, y'all, the Portuguese and the British wasn't bending folks over, running up in them. So there's a lot of mixture over there too. While you're bullshitting, you see? And Arab, there's a lot of that over there. So yeah, you're going to find all types of traces and mixes of different DNA from different people. Let me get Brother Maroc in here. Brother Maroc, hop in.
Yes, what's going on, Tariq? What I noticed is that Arno, he others us on his page, so he knows exactly that we're different than him. He wants to also project about genetics. Yes, we have some African DNA. The thing is, though, is that the African DNA is our most recent DNA. It's not ancient. You can't go back more than 200 years on these S&P tests. So it's not talking about origin. In fact, when you're talking about these genetic tests, what they try to trip you up with is the fact that a lot of these tests that they're testing with us is that not only are you a proxy to us, but also they're using reported African Americans. So that can be any of you tethers, to be honest. They also infer the genetics. So that means they're focusing only on the African aspects and they're ignoring all the other complexities of our genetics as well. And also the unparalleled, unbalanced gene pools in which they use for us. Tishkoff, for example, he used 121 different African populations and only four of us to make an assessment as to who we are as Black Americans, and that was completely unbalanced and very biased. People like him like to believe that there's some type of magical denegro barrier around continents, and these are the same people that project about degrees and project about how skilled and smart they are. So we can't really have a level of conversation with people like this who project about things when they don't know anything about scientific morphology. I repeated this before as well. If you try to Google, anybody Google Kennewick Man. Kennewick Man is the oldest skeleton that they found in North America. Scientists and Native Americans were sued because they were lying about his origin, and they end up hiding the skull, and it hasn't been found for them to retest it because they started to lie about it. One thing I wanted to point out is the fact that they love to avoid acknowledging their deliberate role in actively prioritizing immigrants for jobs and missions and scholarships while ensuring that our reparations are funneled into a political purgatory, and they revise our culture for their own narratives and position themselves as gatekeepers to resources that are really meant for us. Pan-Africanism in practice has become less about solidarity and more about extraction and exploitation of at our expenses. So we have to be real about how we're being gaslit, and we have no more interest in that type of rhetoric.
Yes,
I land.
indeed. Thank you so much, Brother Marah. Yes, indeed. So, Ammo, you in here, brother?
Yes, I am. It sounded like he was FBA explaining, lying. Really, that's all that is. A DNA test, moral of the story, will tell you that you are African.
That's
Most of you are African. A majority of you are African, actually. Majority of your DNA, I mean, is African. Whether you accept it or not is up to you.
but we are foundational Black Americans, sir. You see, and like he's
African Americans.
yeah. No, we no, ain't no African American because I don't have anything popping in Africa. I've had an ethnogenesis here. This is our homeland, and we're different, sir. We're different, and you know what? You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it. Let's. We're gonna have an intervention. Let's have an intervention right now. Let's be real. A lot of you tethers, y'all try to do the whole "we're lost African" thing. Um, so that you can tether onto us because now y'all can't really forage a path for yourself on your own, and you've been tethering on us for the longest, and now that you have to hold your own nuts, you're like, oh damn, I'm gonna be back in the village eating bushmeat. So now this whole thing where you try to shame us out of acknowledging our ethnogenesis, trying to make us generic Africans, you can't tether on that shit. You're going to have to do merit-based work. You just can't slide in. We kick in the door saying, okay, we're putting a program together for African Americans, and then you come in all musty and dusty. Oh yeah, that's me. I want to get in line first. So now that we're saying, hey, we're going to get programs and things going on for foundational Black Americans, now you can't just elbow your way in the door no more. You see, that's where the problem is. See, that we're disrupting the whole, we're the big same generic nigga narrative. You see? And that's not working for you because you can't come in and tether. You understand? You can't claim the shit that we do, which is what y'all been doing. Every time we create something, y'all try to tie it back. Well, the drums from hip hop came from Africa, nigga. None of that stuff. No. You're going to have to claim Afro beats. Do that. Claim Kid and Burna Boy. Do that. You're going to have to hold your own nuts, and that's where the problem is. You don't want us to own up to our own unique culture because then you can't tether off of it because you want to make our an extension of African culture. You understand?
It is an extension of African culture. You all are brothers and sisters, and also whether you like it or not, you do look African. So
I
now
don't.
let's look at this.
We know the
This
difference.
this guy named Phil Scott obviously looks African, and he's saying that he doesn't have the nose and lips when obviously he definitely looks like a Nigerian uncle.
Why do we, when we go over there, they know we ain't from there, sir? Why is that? Why do they know we ain't from there?
The accent and probably the last name.
No, they just know us walking around. They're like, hey, where are you from, nigga? They know we're different. They just like we know y'all different. When we see you, we know you ain't from here. Do you
So if you knew that, how did you how were the like you all like to say, how did the Africans basically infiltrate you all? Hmm?
y'all put on do-rags,
So
deodorant?
we do look like you.
No, you put on do-rags and deodorant and you trick us. And that's how you do it. And then the women, they know how to get certain lace fronts and cover them foreheads up. So there's some trickery going on there. You see? And we don't know until we go to your crib and smell that bush meat. And then we say, nigga, where you from? See, then we gotta ask questions. So
See, this is kind of the same thing that kind of bounces back off to the white and Jewish kind of talking point.
okay. All right, thank you. Now I'm getting bored. I just got bored. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't want now he's just tether babbling. He's just all over the place. Now he's about to get into some white Jewish. Okay, he just tether babbling. Yeah, you're not gonna just tether on us forever. Damn. You're just not gonna tether on us forever. Good Lord, us delineating that really it just gave them a death blow. They like, oh, they don't know what to do. That we've delineated. We're saying, hey, we're gonna just really focus on our culture. But we're just saying you're just an extension of us, nigga. No, because like the caller's been saying, when y'all come over here, y'all create your little ethnic enclaves. You have your little ethnic communities over here, and then you get these jobs, and then you get us out of these jobs. You do little sneak shit and then bring your cousins over. That's why you go to certain job positions and everybody has a light bulb head. You're like, how are these people working at this place? Yeah, they done etched out everybody else and then brought their own people in looking out for their folks. And then they try to tell us and shame us to be some generic African, which they don't accept us as a damn African. Y'all don't accept us, and I'm cool. I ain't even tripping. I'm not tripping. I don't need your goddamn acceptance. I'm good. But don't come over here trying to run a game. We ain't generic Africans. We have our own rich, deep-rooted culture here. You don't. You do not. You don't have a deep-rooted culture here, nor do you have a deep-rooted culture over there. I'm not being mean-spirited. That's the thing, family. Because we can claim our lineage, and our lineage is deep and is deeply rooted, and we can trace it back centuries on this land, they can't. They've been remixed too much. That's why they don't even have birth certificates in many of these places. They don't even know what day they were born, let alone who the great granddad is and where they were from. And they don't know all that. They don't know that. And I'm not being mean. They don't even know what the country was called before it was colonized for the third and fourth time. They've been colonized and remixed so many damn times. Hey, you're not going to tether on to us indefinitely, and no disrespect.
Good way, good way.